with a roll call and Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Present.
Vice President Wong.
Here.
And I too am here. Clerk Venegas.
Present.
And Trustee Barnes.
Present.
All right, we are all here. Items to be discussed in closed session. E1, Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release. E2, Government Code Section 54956.9, D2, pending or potential litigation. Case number CV 2021-1759. E3, Government Code Section 54956.9, D2, pending or potential litigation. OAH, case number 2021-110178, Parent versus WSD. E4, Government Code Section 48918, Student Discipline. Case number 2022-4S. With that, Mario, is there any public comment for closed session?
No public comment received.
Okay. And if there's nothing further, oh wait, there's two more down below. I'm sorry. E5, Government Code Section 54957-6, Conference with Labor Negotiators, WSTA, CSEA, and Management. E6, Government Code Section 54956.8, Conference with Real Property Negotiators. And with that, now I will take us into closed session. All right. Now let's close out of Zoom. Leave.
Record.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your continued patience as our board is still in closed session. I just received an update from them that they are running behind. We anticipate they will be reconvening about 20 more minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, I mean, hello, left.
I just color everything. It's not till December 16th.
Okay, we can hear you.
That's okay. I want the public to know.
Okay, we are back from closed session. So let's move that over. So I'm going to reconvene open session with roll call. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez,
Present.
Vice President Wong.
Here.
I too am here. Clerk Venegas,
Present.
Trustee Barnes.
Present.
All right. Okay, since we are now back in open session, let's do the Pledge of Allegiance. Can I have Rudy Cisneros do the pledge for us? I hope you know it. Okay. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Rudy. All right. Moving on, we are at the announcement of action taken in closed session. E1 Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release, Information Received, Direction Given. E2 Government Code Section 54956.9 D2, Pending or Potential Litigation, case number CV 2021-1759, Information Received. E3, Government Code Section 54956.9 D2, Pending or Potential Litigation, OAH, case number 20211100178, Parent versus WSD, Information Received. E4, Government Code Section 48918, Student Discipline, case number 2022-4S, Information Received. E5, Government Code Section 54957.6, Conference with Labor Negotiators, WSTA, CSCA, and Management. Information received. Was direction given? Or was it just information received? I think it was just information received, right? E6, Government Code Section 54956.8, conference with real property, information received, direction given. Okay, moving on. So now we're at the approval of the agenda. Is there anything that somebody wishes to have removed from the agenda, tabled, or switched around in any order? Seeing and hearing none, can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
I move.
Moved by Vice President Wong and second by Clerk Venegas. Vice President Wong.
Aye.
Clerk Venegas.
Aye.
Trustee Barnes.
Aye.
And Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
And I too vote aye. So the agenda is adopted. So we're moving on to communications and celebrations. J1, VAPA celebration, regiment field footage. Matt Ainsworth, Director of Curriculum and Instruction and Professional Learning.
Thank you. Good evening, President Pizzotti, Vice President Wong, trustees, and Superintendent Hildreth and Cabinet. Joining me, but joining you there live tonight is Rudy Cisneros. He's the Director of the River City Regiment. Thank you, Rudy, for joining us. Rudy is going to be sharing an end of the season recap video that he put together. So Rudy, go ahead and take it away.
Thank you so much, everyone, for having me here. It's almost the weekend, so I'm excited about that. I'm pretty sure y'all are excited too. And well, I'm here today, first timer, and I'm very excited to show you the hard work that the River City Regiment has been putting in these past 2 years, even throughout COVID. And as you can see right here, hopefully I could bring it up here real quick. We have one of our many accolades from the past fall season, a first place trophy in Class B Jazz. And it's, yeah. Yeah, so if y'all have ever been around the high school at 7:30 in the morning and all that wonderful weather we've had recently, that's the crew that I've taken out and about along with the marching band and my color guard and drumline. And quick little tidbit, this particular group, the big band, the marching band, and on and so on, we have about 60% of the members that are new to the program. So a huge turnaround, a lot of turnover, but they did 2 different parts of marching band this season, parade and field, and they knocked it out of the park this season. It was a learning experience for everyone. Started back in July. I am super grateful for all my students, all my parents, all my instructors for helping make this process possible. And in the video you'll be seeing tonight, you'll be seeing all that hard work that has been put in this year and will be put in over the next few years. This is only year 4 for me. Hopefully it's the beginning of something wonderful over the next however many years I'm going to be here. Hopefully the next 40. So I'm excited to show you what we have.
First place, real good.
Is there anything else?
Yeah, so I hope I don't know what to say. I'm very proud of the kids. It took a village, again, with all the parents, all the custodians at River City High School, all the bus drivers taking all those long hours. We couldn't have done it with all of our support system, and we hope to continue to make West Sac proud, Washington Unified proud, and we're going to continue forging ahead with our new ventures in field next year and continue doing wonderful things in
Hey, Mark.
jazz moving on this coming year.
Thank you so much, Rudy. We really appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Thank you, Rudy. We really appreciate that. And I just want to say we've come a long way. You know, we didn't have quite the, trophy case that we're now building since you've been here. So a lot of that credit does go to you. And it certainly is, it's certainly, this board's commitment, and it started back with Superintendent Luna when she really wanted to beef up our musical program. But I certainly think you deserve a lot of the credit also. So it is, yes, the kids as well, but thank you for what you do as well. All right. That's awesome. It just kind of makes my heart overflowed with joy to see that. All right. So we will move on now to the Student Association report with Student Board Member Austin Bush from Washington Middle College High School, where we are right now.
President Pizzotti, I apologize, but Austin and T. Dadley switched earlier this afternoon.
That's right.
So I did send him the link. I don't see him logged in. Sean, or I do have the presentation, but I don't see that he has logged in as of yet. So I don't know if we want to move on for the association updates.
Say what?
Oh, we wait to get a picture of the trophy?
Yeah. Hey, Rudy, come up
Do
here.
you guys want?
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that.
What the number- what the trophy
Bring the
number?
trophy, man. What are you talking about? Where are you going? We want that trophy. You travel, the trophy comes with.
You are one.
You stand right here, man.
Well said, yeah. Or we can also go in front. You want us to go in front? Yeah, why don't we go in front?
Yeah, we'll all come
Yeah, we
around.
should go around.
Stand around the trophy.
I haven't been wearing nice pants because. I know, I'm wearing pants with holes in them because I'm behind Rudy.
Oh, man, I wanted to go.
No, go ahead. Balance it on the, I'll just turn sideways. Somebody
There you
can have the left side of.
Ready on 3, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Right, number one. How often do you put number one?
Ready?
I'm smiling with my eyes.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
I'm gonna put that in your car.
I had to put it sideways. I had to use the.
I would seatbelt that thing. It would be. I would seatbelt that thing and.
And right shot.
Right.
Come on.
Okay, good call.
All right.
Yeah, we haven't had one for a long time.
That's right.
Yay.
Congratulations, Rudy. We appreciate it. All right. So moving on. We can move on to the association reports, and should either Tadadley or Austin show up, we can have them log in, and we'll go back and address it. So we are moving on to the CSEA report. Daniel Gandara, I know you're online. Let's see. There you are, Dan.
Can you hear?
We can. Floor is yours, my man.
Okay. Good evening, Superintendent Hildreth, President Pizzotti, Board of Trustees. I would like to talk again with the school board at this time, and I would like to ask what the school board's focus and goal is for our district. I see that we have again put on the board agenda for approval, and I'm sure it's going to get approved this evening, for the district Human Resources Director 1 position for $189,000 annually. Here's my concern. Again, we are putting money towards management and not boots on the ground. I would like to see us start investing in the classified and certificated, I'll speak for certificated, classified and certificated employees who work directly with students. I have multiple positions that need to be looked at, need to be reclassed, and need to have a salary adjustment. I have, and I'll start with youth outreach specialists. I have a vacant youth outreach specialist position that I believe is on this board agenda, actually, under classified, that has moved on. That position worked directly with our foster youth and our homeless children. Had nothing in that job description that captured the duties that this position does. Whether it's writing grants for the foster youth and the homeless, whether it's raising money for the foster youth and homeless. This position needs to be reclassed. This position needs to be given the proper salary adjustment. I'll move on to the next one, HR technician. Again, this is going on a year now that this position has been in discussion. With the district's proposal of $1.08 raise, which is $2,100 annually for compensation for the duties that this person does. Yet we are quick to approve a position that, to be honest with you, we have a human resource manager who is the same job description as the HR director for $190,000, but we will only offer classified $2,100 roughly. The next position are paraeducators. Paraeducators are often called to work in the classroom when there is no certificated staff member present. When a certificated staff member is not is absent, the district has the responsibility to follow WSTA's collective bargaining agreement and follow those steps for a substitute teacher, which I don't know if the district at this time is following that. At this time, the district, I think, is using the paraeducators just to fill in. I'm requesting when a paraeducator, when there is no certificated member available to sub for that class or that day, I would ask that my paraeducators get the sub rate. And we know the sub rate. You guys know the sub rate. Again, I've talked about this many of times. Where's the district's focus and goal in its employees? It's classified, it's certificated who work directly with students, not management, but classified, certificated who work directly with students. But we are so quick to add positions in management and not add positions to improve our students, to improve our staff, but quick to add positions to oversee our staff. So I would really ask the district, where's your focus in getting this district operating smoothly? And my last thing is, we all know, you guys sitting up there, me, the superintendent, WSTA, we're going to hit budget cuts here soon. So I ask you this, who's going to go first? HR director or HR manager? Because we're just adding management, but the district is always quick to get rid of classified, get rid of certificated, and then look at management. The year that we got rid of, I believe it was 17 classified positions, is the same exact year that we created co-principals for an increase. We already have vice principals. What do we need co-principals for? But we'll get rid of classified. We'll stop certificated. But again, we'll add administrators. We'll give administrators raises to do the same duty that they're required to do anyway. So I will leave the board tonight with, where do we focus on the priority of our employees? Is it the employees who are dedicated in working 10, 15, 20 years, their whole career to this district? Or is it management who, and I understand the role of management and administrators, I totally understand that, who work here 3 to 5 years to get a new feather in their resume and move on to the next district. So I would really ask the school board, what is our priority in keeping this district running effectively and efficiently? With that, you guys have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. I appreciate your concerns. Next is WSTA, and I'm looking for.
Can you hear me?
There you go. There's Doug. Okay. Go ahead, Doug. It's all yours.
Good evening, President Pizzotti, trustees, Superintendent Hildreth. First of all, I want to start out by saying I'm really excited about what I saw and heard from Mr. Cisneros. As a self-proclaimed band geek, in every band in my school, drum major of the band, jazz band, music major in college, I am so excited to see River City taking on that musical pride and seeing us start to no pun intended, march out there and show our stuff. So I just, on behalf of the rest of the teachers in the district, I wanted to say congratulations and thank you to all those hardworking musicians and to Mr. Cisneros. I'm going to speak a little extemporaneously at first and then move on to my prepared comments because hearing from Mr. Gandara, I wanted to reiterate a few things that he said. First of all, WSTA shares concerns about prioritization of funding towards administration versus classified and certificated staff. Especially as we move into uncharted waters budgetarily, but also making sure that we don't have redundancy. One thing that I have been concerned about over the last 5 years or so is creating positions that create some redundancy that's unnecessary. Of course, we need strong leadership in our district to be able to rise to the level that we expect. And the quality we expect for our students. However, I'm not sure that over the last few years, our leadership has risen to that level. And so as we go on to hire new folks, I think we need to ask ourselves, are we doing this with the idea that we need to make improvements and improve what's existing? Or are we just adding more cooks in the kitchen that maybe should be working at, Taco Bell or something? I obviously trust this school board to follow the direction that this school district needs to follow. But when we're dealing with public funds, it's obviously something that we should really, really look at when we move forward. I also wanted to comment on, I have also heard reports of paras substituting in certificated classes. This is highly concerning to me. One, because I know that the paras do not receive that substitute compensation. And that is, compensation that they definitely deserve. They're taking on the responsibility for the class. But I'm actually extremely concerned because I understand that there are certain liabilities that a teacher takes on when they teach a class, and a 30-day emergency permit or a teaching credential provide some protection for those liabilities. So I want to make sure that we're following due diligence there, and we're not getting ourselves in a position with the Commission on Teacher Credentialing here in California, because I know we have a sub shortage right now. I absolutely understand that, but we don't want to add fuel to the fire by creating a crisis of confidence with our credentialing status. So I'll just leave that out there. And now I'll move on to my prepared comments. As we approach the winter holiday, I'm becoming increasingly concerned with the trajectory of COVID-19 in our community. As I'm sure you are all aware, Delta variant cases are on the rise, and we still do not have a good understanding of the new variant of concern, which is Omicron. This variant appears to be highly transmissible and in initial studies is exhibiting hardy vaccine resistance. By the time researchers have a better grasp on the situation, we will be out of school for winter break. The reason I'm bringing it up here tonight is because our health and safety MOU expires in January. WSTA strongly believes that waiting until then to address conditions would be a mistake, and strongly believes that waiting until, and would place WUSD in a position of having to react in crisis as opposed to being proactive. It's imperative that we meet to discuss extending the MOU immediately. In good faith, both parties agreed to come together to address conditions as they change. By declining to meet on this issue in a timely manner, we risk not only the health and safety of our students and employees, but also the working relationships we have as bargaining partners. And I would also add that we risk the perception in our community again that we're once again responding instead of being proactive. I would like to implore the superintendent and the school board to direct WUSD bargaining team to come to the table to extend our health and safety MOU for the remainder of the year. We remain committed to making adjustments as conditions change, but strongly feel that we need to have a COVID mitigations in place until these adjustments are necessary. On the next note, last week, our first safety task force meeting for stakeholders in WUSD was held. While I am thrilled that we are beginning this process again, I want to make sure that we get going on the right foot. There were many administrators and teachers who were confused about the purpose of the event. Many felt it was pitched as a site safety committee meeting. Safety committee meetings are typically site specific, and many committee members there are there to fulfill adjunct duty requirements or site requirements. Although we were able to begin some good work at the training, it was not the type of work that site safety committees need to be working on. I would like to ask that we keep the safety task force and the committee work on separate tracks. The work is very different, and those individuals that participate in each should have a clear understanding of their respective roles and responsibilities. But I do want to make sure I state here that I am very appreciative of Superintendent Hildreth and Ed Services for getting the safety task force together. It is desperately needed, especially as we look at SEL issues for our students moving forward. There's a growing frustration amongst teachers about the lack of productivity and purpose during our grade level PLC meetings in K through 8 schools. Many of these meetings are not goal and data driven. Oftentimes, they simply become an opportunity to share strategies and projects. While this can be a valuable way to glean ideas and learn new techniques, this is not the purpose of PLC time. This time should be used for very calibrated analysis of data. The essential problem is that for many grade levels, we have yet to hone assessments to the point where they produce the sort of measurable data that teachers can use to drive instruction. There is a growing number of educators who are feeling that our standards-aligned learning process is becoming an inefficient use of time. While I'm not entirely sure how this issue can be resolved in the short term, I am certain that taking the time to reevaluate and rework the program is the only way to salvage this important work in the long run. What we need right now is the district level leadership necessary to salvage it. It's time to go back to the drawing board and rework the systems. I understand that this is a hard pill to swallow as we have already put so much work in, but if we do not want standards aligned learning to continue to flounder and ultimately get replaced by some new strategy, it will be necessary. Veteran educators have seen this type of failure occur over and over again over the years. Every 7 years or so, we jump into a new research-based program and it always fizzles after poor implementation. We still have time to make this one work, but we need to address some core problems within the foundations we have built for SAL. When we adopted the Common Core standards, we were indoctrinated on the mantra that instruction should be narrow and deep. In other words, we should be digging into the core of academic learning. It seems like WUSD is spreading itself too thin. Let's avoid becoming a district where learning is an inch deep and 100 miles wide. And with that, I leave you tonight. I won't see you. I hope all board members and cabinet members have a wonderful holiday with their family. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doug. We appreciate your comments. All right, moving on now to general public comments. I'm going to read the disclaimer and then I'm going to read the pre-submitted public comments because I don't believe there are any general public comments, Mario. No?
No other public comments received.
All right, thank you. Let me see. So let me quickly read the disclaimer. Members of the public may address the board on the topics of our board agenda in addition to topics that are under the jurisdiction of the board and are not on the agenda. Although the board by law may not take action at this meeting, the board may limit the total time for public input on a topic to 20 minutes unless it chooses to waive the item limit for any particular item. Individual speakers may be limited to 3 minutes to comment on any particular topic. Public comments consisting of individual charges, complaints, or derogatory remarks about any district employee are requested to be submitted in writing to the administration in accordance with the district's complaint procedures. As such, the board reminds the public that the district has existing board policy that allows the public to lodge a complaint against a district employee. This policy provides a comprehensive procedure for reviewing and responding to public complaints. This process provides more thorough opportunity for the to be heard than is allowed under the open meeting law that governs this meeting. The board respects the rights of members of the public to speak regarding matters on the agenda and on other matters within the jurisdiction of the board. However, it is important for members of the public to recognize that comments regarding students other than the speaker's own children made during a public board meeting may be legally actionable as a violation of student privacy. Both state and federal law prohibit the board and others from discussing confidential student information in open session. To this end, be advised that if you reference a student's name other than your own student, you will be out of order and your comments may not be protected by the privileges that protect public speech. You could be found liable for such comments in a legal proceeding. Furthermore, it is important for the public to understand that negative or derogatory comments made against district employees or others, even those made in a public board meeting, may be actionable civil defamation. And so I am going to read the general public comment of Gail Costello regarding gender-neutral bathrooms. WSD School Board recently approved a campus-wide gender-neutral bathrooms and locker rooms as an accommodation for those students with differing identities. I oppose this new policy. Why can't each school designate 1 or 2 campus bathrooms as gender neutral? Then students can decide which type of bathroom they want to use, and staff can more closely monitor the gender neutral bathrooms. This should be the first step, not throwing everything open and ignoring the likelihood that some girls will be suffering from dehydration or UTIs because they refuse to use the restroom all day. Okay, and I just wanted to respond to that briefly. California's Equal Restroom Access Act, which requires some of the establishments with single occupancy restrooms to display signs indicating that restrooms is gender neutral, has been in effect since March 1st, 2017, as of AB 1732, which was signed by Governor Brown on September 29th, 2016. Requires this restroom to be identified as all genders toilet facilities and that signs used to designate these restrooms comply with Title 24 of the California Code of Regulations. The new law applies to single-user toilet facilities in any business establishment, place of public accommodation, or state or local government agency. So I just wanted to get that out of the way. So moving on, we are at public hearing. M1, public hearing regarding the sunshining of bargaining proposals for both Washington Unified School District and the California School Employees Association and its Riverview chapter number 168 for the 2022-2023 school year. Kamaljeet Panu, Assistant Sup of Human Resources.
Good evening, President Pizzotti, trustees, Superintendent Hildreth. As part of our collective bargaining process, the district is required to hold a public hearing to provide the public an opportunity to provide input and comments on items that are identified to be collectively bargained during the negotiation sessions. So this evening, we're asked to open a public hearing and allow for that to occur.
All right, thank you very much for that, Assistant Superintendent Panu. Mario, is there any public comment on this item?
No public comments were received.
All right, is there any comments or questions from the board on this item? Seeing and hearing none, that public hearing is closed. We'll open up public hearing M2. Public hearing regarding the sunshine of the bargaining proposals for both Washington Unified School District and the West Sacramento Teachers Association for 2022 through 2025 successor contract negotiations. Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, Kamaljeet Panu, this hearing is now open. You're muted.
Thank you. As I previously stated in the previous item, part of the bargaining process, the district is required to hold this public hearing as part of the collective bargaining process to allow individuals from the public to provide comment or input for the collective bargaining agreement on the articles that are identified for the collective bargaining process.
All right, thank you, Assistant Superintendent Panu. Mario, is there any public comment on this?
No public comments received.
Awesome, thank you. Is there any comments from the board? Seeing and hearing none. This public hearing is now closed. N1, information discussion items. Educator Effectiveness Block Grant for Washington Unified School District, Washington Middle College High School. Stan Moisich, Assistant Superintendent of Ed Services, and Matt Ainsworth, Director of Curriculum Instruction and Professional Learning. Matt, your title is far too long.
You're telling me.
The title is long, but the work is even longer. So we appreciate everything Mr. Ainsworth does for us. Thank you, President Pizzotti, Vice President Wong, all the Board of Trustees. We want to share with you tonight an opportunity. And so hopefully the presentation can be put up there soon.
Yes, give me one moment.
Changing seating, so maybe the lighting's a little better. I noticed I had a halo over my head.
I'm having some technical difficulties here. Give me just 1 second.
Do we want the public to see it? Yeah. That's the plan, but that's not the presentation. That is the plan. I could talk through it.
I apologize. I wasn't sent a presentation. I thought that was it. I'm sorry. If you want to share it now, if you have the link, I can.
Let me, I'll share it with you. All right, looks like we're ready to go. Excellent. Okay, we can go to the next slide. Thank you. All right, so the Educator Effectiveness Funds, or EFF, is a program that provides funds for professional development in order to build staff capacity. Tonight, we want to give you some information about the funding and its allowable uses. Also, we want to share areas of concern that we think these funds could greatly help WUSD with, as well as our recommendations moving forward. Next slide. So just a little bit of funding information. WSD is eligible to receive $1,758,943. Washington Middle College High School will also benefit from these funds as getting $22,950. These plans need to be heard in a public meeting of the governing board of the school district before its adoption. It actually has to happen in 2 meetings, so it cannot happen in 1. So tonight you're looking at this as information. This all must take place on or before December 30th. Just to be clear, the timeline for this has been very rapid. I will share the timeline on the next slide, but just note that there is nothing in statute that prohibits receiving entities such as Washington Unified from amending a plan at a later date, as they realize that this is a fast timeline. The funds will be given to us for over 5 years, and the last year would be the 25-26 fiscal year. They are one-time funds to be used during those 5 years. And each year before September 30th, we will give you a data and expenditure report of how the plan is working. Slide. Just to give you a timeline of how this came to be, this was all part of the AB 130, AB 167 package, which was passed earlier this fall. Somewhere around mid to late October, CDE was able to unpack that legislation and began to prepare counties' Office of Education and district offices for how they could receive these funds. So on November 2nd, Yolo County Office of Education did a workshop briefing of this grant. On November 9th, the CDE put together a webinar to give districts and entities information. We were able to review this on November 17th with our district leadership team. And of course, we're bringing it tonight on December 9th as a draft to the board. And again, we'd like to see this proposed educator effectiveness plan adopted tomorrow during the special board meeting. And each September, again, we will do an annual data and expenditure report. Again, there is nothing in statute that prohibits receiving entities from amending a plan at a later date, provided we are following all the allowable uses, which I will now go over with you. And the next slide. There we go. So again, educator effectiveness funds may be used to support the professional learning for certificated teachers, administrators, paraprofessional educators, and certificated staff. So as you look at the allowable uses, you'll notice that many of these topics are probably recognizable to you as areas that we have been trying to improve, and they have been part of other district plans and funding sources and continue to be. To reiterate, these funds are to be utilized for professional development and building staff capacity. Next slide. So over the course of the year, we've had lots of conversations with staff and community about various needs to build staff capacity and how to better help our students. We've also looked at some data that is available to us. What I want to share with you now is some data that we received while going over our strategic plan, which is a process that we're going through where we involve a gathering of large amount of data directly from our students. So a couple things just to go over that stood out to us amongst much data was that in fifth grade, 53% of the WSD students surveyed, only 53% look forward to going to school. That percentage decreases considerably through 12th grade. And that was a major concern in terms of morale for students. We have some data we can compare this to, but we haven't really had a process where we had this many students surveyed. We had over 3,000 students surveyed in the strategic planning. We also were very concerned about the fact that less than 50% of students surveyed after 4th grade believe that students at their schools treat other students with respect. And starting in 5th grade, less than 50% of students surveyed believe students care about one another. So all these were very big concerns to us. And I have some more data I want to share on the next slide. This part is not new data. We can see this going back many years, even much prior to COVID. Our data shows significant discrepancy between academic achievement levels of African American, Latino students, and students with disabilities when compared to some of their peers, such as white or Asian students. African American students on the strategic survey had the lowest percentage related to student support, climate, and relationships of all racial groups. In other words, African American students felt that they felt very low in terms of what student support they have and their relationships with other students. Again, previous data that many of you are already aware of, that suspension rates of African American students and students with disabilities have been consistently the highest compared to other groups from year to year. And again, this is going back prior to COVID. And you can see this data in many districts. And so those things have been very concerned, the fact that this has been a repetitive cycle for our district. Next slide. I think it's really important for us to think of our multiple tiered systems of support. And so I wanted to just talk over this model very quickly. This is also known as MTSS, so you may have referred to it that way within our district. So I want to go over it a little bit so we all kind of understand what we're looking at. Tier 1 supports, which is the green part all the way at the bottom, that's universal, and those types of support should be available to all students. Whereas when you look at Tier 2, that should be an extension of support for that percentage of students that have some risk factors that need targeted supports. So it should be a much smaller percentage of students that need Tier 2. Consequently, Tier 3 should cover even smaller percentage of students, which would be at even higher risk. So over the course of the past few years, we have been adding many extra supports and staff to our schools. Much of these resources are focused on the Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions. But for us to really be effective, we need to have a greater capacity in Tier 1. Because that's where our students spend the bulk of their school day, and that would be in the classroom. That's where the students are most of the day. So we need to build that capacity in the classroom because that is where the students are most of the day. So on the next slide, we have some recommendations on how we feel like we can help build that capacity. We are looking at hiring 1.0 an FTE coordinator for social emotional learning to support the design and implementation of social emotional learning curriculum, standards, instruction, and assessment, and professional development for staff to implement SEL strategies in the classroom. We know that staff is working hard to implement SEL strategies. We just feel that we need to build a better capacity for that, and it's a greater need than it was even previous years. So with the growing need, we need to build greater capacity. We also believe that we should have a 1.0 FTE, a coordinator of restorative justice and equity, to collaborate and train our stakeholders to plan, develop, and support a district-wide culture shift toward a restorative framework, and assist our staff with supporting the implementation and infrastructure needed to develop positive school intervention. And of course, to make sure that we can do the training. We believe that each of these coordinators should have a professional development budget to assist them in this work. So what these, on the next slide, I just wrote down, we put down some different responsibilities. Bottom line is these coordinators that will lead support for our staff. They will be assisting in the creation and delivery of training materials and resources. And they will be the planners, coordinators, and conduct the professional development that our staff needs related to social emotional learning and restorative justice and equity. And that covers the WSD portion of this, but I do want Principal Sean O'Neill to talk a little bit about how they wish to use the funds here at Washington Middle College High School. Sean, are you online?
I am hopefully not too terrible. Good evening, everyone. Really quickly, the first thing is that we will obviously benefit as any other school in the district from the district's setup that they're going to do. So Washington Middle College is going to benefit from all of that. But on top of that, with our $22,000, we're going to use those to start working as a team on some things that we have been doing. Washington Middle College, the charter requires that we are a member in the Middle College National Consortium. And to be a member, one of the things that's required from them is that we attend at least one of their trainings each year. So I've been doing that individually, but we now have this, from this year to next year, we'll have our full staff, God willing, stick with us. So we'd like to build capacity and send teams to each of these instead of just the administrator. And then for the California Coalition of Early and Middle Colleges, myself and David Marks are participating in their Dual Enrollment Leadership Academy. So these are the specific pieces to our site, obviously, that will fill in where the district's plan may not be able to help us with regards to our specific.
Looks like Sean muted himself, so I'm thinking he's probably said what he needed to say. We can go to the last slide. He unmuted. Oh, he muted. Okay.
Thanks.
Are you done, Sean?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So just a kind of summary, the Educative Effectiveness Plan are one-time funds to support students by having staff have better professional development. We would be getting these funds through 25-26. We are required to have approval of a plan by December 30th. And so tonight we are doing this as information. And then we would be asking for action of approval of the plan. And I reiterate, the plan can be amended at a later time. That is allowed. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Stan. I appreciate that. Mario, is there any public comment on this item? Comment on this item?
No public comments were received.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions from the board? All right, Vice President Wong.
No, I was sharing earlier with Stan, really excited. And I know that Dr. Hildman saw me go snaps. Just super excited about the new position because I know that it'll just improve our MTSS efforts. And everybody's already strapped to add kind of the ability to build our capacity around social emotional learning. I think that's super exciting. Just somebody super dedicated to looking at the data and equity and the practices. It's just like, it's a very exciting thing. So thank you for that. Instead of putting more on staff, which they don't have time to do. So.
Clerk Venegas.
Yeah, thank you for that, Stan. I truly appreciate just the formula too of the presentation of being able to see the steps and the execution, right, towards the direction that we're moving in. So thank you for that, and definitely excited to hear the follow through and the follow up moving forward. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Right, Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Okay, thank you. And yes, this is so exciting to utilize this money to do some really good things here in the district. My question is, which is maybe more of an HR, and I know that these positions are not here yet and job descriptions to hire, but when it's grant funded, will you just remind us of what that might look like when we hire these positions? Are they contingent on the grant in terms of the 5 years to 2026? What does that look like in terms of possible sustainability, or is this?
I'm sorry, I was trying to unmute myself.
Oh.
So the question was, yeah, these positions would be budgeted through the grant. So, you know, upon the hiring of that, we would notify the individuals, and then as a district, we would, as the grant is expiring, if funds are not renewed through this program, then, you know, we would have to make a decision whether to continue these positions or find a different funding source for them.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
All right, we're all good? Okay, thank you. We're moving on to N2. Presentation regarding trustee area redistricting. Monique Stovall, Assistant Superintendent of Business Services.
Good evening, President Pizzotti, members of the board, Superintendent Hildreth, and members of our community. This evening's presentation is a follow-up to our conversation about our trustee area redistricting. Our consultants from Cooperative Strategies will present mapping scenarios to ensure our compliance with the California Voting Rights Act. At this time, I invite Josh Chisholm to be able to share that information with you.
Thank you, Monique. Good evening, board. I do have a presentation coming up here. All right, so as Monique mentioned, we were here a little while ago and covered the evaluation. So we'll cover that in a quicker pace tonight, just to remind everyone where we were and why we need to make the adjustments, and then we'll jump into the scenarios. So next slide, please. Okay, so as I mentioned, we were here in the end of October doing the evaluation. We did create a couple scenarios here of where we made small adjustments to the boundaries to get the total population back into compliance with the California Voting Rights Act, or the CVRA. So here we are tonight. We will review these scenarios, and from this point on, we have the opportunity to either take the scenarios that have been presented and adopt one of those scenarios, or if there are adjustments that would be requested to be made, we can make those adjustments over the next couple of weeks, come back in January and review those new and revised scenarios. And then we also have one more opportunity, if needed, to make additional adjustments and adopt. But the end goal here is to select a trustee area map where the board and the community is comfortable with to move forward. And just as a reminder, this is a 10-year event, and so this won't have to be revisited again until the 2030 census data comes out. And so that's where we're headed after we do receive consensus and recommendation from the board to adopt a map. At that point, then we'll work with the county to get that updated map to the Registrar of Voters so they can use it for the November election. Next slide, please. All right, so as I mentioned, this slide was in the previous deck. This is just an overview of your district and the demographics. You can see kind of in the total population column. As a reminder, that's really what's driving this process. And so the Hispanic Latino community, it makes up 32% of the district, white 41.1%, Black African American just under 5%, the Asian over 13%, and much smaller really after that. Next slide. Okay, with the Hispanic Latino population making up the largest protected class here, again, is a heat map showing where the highest density of the Hispanic Latino population lives. And next slide. So this is just your current trustee area map, and I'll give you a moment to absorb that and then we'll jump into the scenarios. I do want to mention that we include a comparison slide at the end of our deck to be able to see the current areas versus the two scenarios that were created. Next slide. Okay, the top right corner here of this slide is the meat of the evaluation. You'll see that total variance of 30.4%. Again, we must be below 10% total variance to be in compliance with the CVRA. You'll notice that trustee area 1 and trustee area 5 are driving that 30.4%, where trustee area 1 is at 13.8% below our target population, and trustee area 5 is 16.6% above. Next slide. So here's a scenario, scenario 1 that was created, and you'll notice that the purple lines on this map are the current trustee area boundaries. And if the color behind those purple lines extends beyond the purple lines, like for example, kind of up on the closer to the top right corner, just below Capitol Avenue there, you can see that trustee area 2 extended a little bit further south of what it used to. And trustee area 3 also extended into trustee area 4 in that one section. And so that's how you're able to interpret these maps. And again, the trustee areas either had to grow geographically or shrink geographically in order to capture more people or less people in the trustee area to balance out the population amongst all 5 trustee areas. Next slide. So this is scenario 1's demographics. You'll notice in the top right-hand corner that the variance is just over 7%, which is good, below 10%. It's what we're shooting for. In this scenario, the trustee areas that are driving the process of trustee area 3 at 1.4%, or I'm sorry, trustee area 1 at 3.2% above, and trustee area 5 at 3.9% below. So if you add those two up, that's where you'll get the 7.03%. Next slide. This here's trustee scenario 2, and you'll notice that there are slight differences between scenario 1 and 2, but not dramatic. A little bit more in the northwest corner of trustee area 2. You'll see that trustee area 1 moving into that area, but overall, in the next slide, you'll see that the variance is very similar to scenario 1. We're just slightly better at 6.1%. The lower we can get, the better. The lower that you can get, the more opportunity you may have of being in compliance 10 years from now. But if you have more growth of population in a certain area or decline of population in a certain area, then that increases your odds of being out of compliance. But this scenario here is at 6.1%. And on the next slide, we'll see the comparison amongst the scenarios. And so on the far left is your current trustee areas, and then scenario 1 and scenario 2 as we work our way across. And so you can see, the differences are relatively minor. I think, there's a little more, certainly trustee area 1 moving into trustee area 2, I believe, kind of in that northwest corner. But other than that, pretty similar changes in the areas across the board. So next slide. With that, we'll open it up for comments and questions.
All right. Mario, is there any, who's that? Is there any questions or comments from the public?
There were no public comments received.
All right, and then I'll go to Vice President Wong.
Josh, thanks for presenting this. I think that last time, I think I requested the boundaries to be drafted off of school boundaries. What would be helpful to better understand these maps, especially because I think it was the one at the Elkhorn Riverbank kind of, we were curious if you could actually share maps that actually had the school boundaries on top of everything else too. Right,
Okay,
so it's, I mean, they look minor, but I think when you think about school boundaries, that makes a difference to us as school board members. Unlike city council or anything else, it's important for us to know, to keep families together.
Okay, I can work with Monique to get the school boundaries and add those as a different color to the map.
If you pull up the green map on the district's website, it is that map right there has the school boundaries on it.
Yeah.
So we would just like something mimicked similar to that. Okay?
Yeah, and I
Got
thought
it.
all the maps had actually the school boundaries, so we could compare the differences.
Okay.
So
no problem.
if you could overlay the school boundaries on every map you create, that I think that'd be helpful for the public and helpful for us to understand, like, who are we really representing, and like, how does that shift and change?
Got it. Okay.
Thank you. Is there any questions or comments? Trustee Gonzalez, did you have anything? Okay. So I've looked these over pretty carefully, and I've looked over the demographics, and I think the changes are good. They, they're not major shifts to what we drew initially. They are slight modifications, but do bring us in compliance. So I think either one of the two scenarios are very good options. I'm not leaning one way or the other, but they're very good options in terms of what I've seen so far, and I like the direction you're heading with this. Especially when I look at the demographic breakdown, you're not breaking up communities of interest, right? So I do appreciate that. Trying to think of anything else. I did make some notes. It'll come to me, I know it. All right, well, I'll move on. Is there anything, did you want to make any comments? No? Okay. Right. Yeah, go ahead.
So this is our opinion. Are
Yep.
you guys okay? You have questions? Is there anything else you would like to say about the map? Other than the school boundaries on top of the
Right. Yeah, if that's it, if that's all the comments, the feedback, we would just like to see school boundaries overlaid on the map. And other than that, I think you're heading in the right direction.
Okay, good.
I have one question, maybe it's a staff question, is how are we getting this information out to the public? Since that's part of the timeline, so just curious, and how you're getting public input.
So at this point, it is posted online, and I would ask for confirmation from Yorgos that with the board briefs, this information will also be shared so that they're aware of the posting online on our website.
But we're not holding an intentional town hall like we did in the past.
That
At
was
least
not
one.
that was not included in our current.
It's not necessary. I know it's not necessary, but it's the question. I understand it's not necessary, but just due diligence.
So that is something that we can plan to get that input from the community.
Yeah.
We can work on that.
Yeah, because no one's really paying attention to our agenda. So we should be intentional, like do our due diligence and at least do one town hall via Zoom or something. Just to see if there's anything. Yep. Yeah.
All right. Josh, I appreciate your time and the information in this update was very helpful. And thank you very much. And our town has certainly grown since 2010. And you can see the direction in which the movement has shifted. So you've done a very good job in terms of making just minor adjustments to keep the boundaries that we created last time roughly in place. So little disruption as possible to the voting. There's only one concern that I had, and that was that there is going to be one section that could potentially go 6 years without voting for a trustee. And I believe it's a small section in the north. So that it could be, yeah, and part of your area. That's true. Yeah, that's right. So not that that matters. I mean, it's just something to consider because I think no matter what we do, no matter how we move, I think that's probably going to happen. I just want to try and limit that from happening as much as possible.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying and how that would how that would work out. Yeah.
Okay, so I
So-
appreciate that.
So Josh, the orange map from the last CVRA is purely on attendance boundaries. If you want to kind of take a look at that generally.
The orange map.
The orange map, we adopted the green map. The orange map was purely like didn't take into account where we all lived.
Got it.
The orange map was pure attendance, closest to attendance boundaries.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you.
Moving
And
on.
can I make one comment, Q? I just wanted to clarify when it was said, the map that we drew, and so if the public's listening, that it wasn't us drawing it, it was demographers drawing it, and there was a town, at least one town hall at every school site. And so a lot of community input and work went into that, and so I just wanted to make that clear. It wasn't, us up here drawing a map. It was the demographer with
No,
all of the community town hall input, and which is why it was important to for me to not deviate too much, because we also don't want people to then, I guess, be disenfranchised and that they don't vote for 6 years, and minimize some of that. So just to clarify.
So thank you, Sarah. That was kind of the point that I was trying to make, is that these maps were already, selected by roughly, 8 town hall meetings, I think we had. And the green was the one that was pretty much overwhelmingly supported by the majority of all of the town hall meetings that we had. So deviation from that was like what we tried to limit.
And as a point of clarity, the orange map was the least amount of time put out in the community. They didn't have a lot of time to digest the orange map.
That's actually incorrect. It was the yellow map. It was the yellow map that was the last.
Without okay.
So I just want to make the point that the community selected the green map with the input from the town halls. And that's why we were trying to stay as close to those as possible. But it was the yellow map that was added at the last minute that, to your point,
Right.
is the one to look at. So if you wanted to look at that map, not the orange map.
One of them.
Well,
One of them.
We'll take the attendance boundaries. We'll plot
Yeah.
the attendance boundaries. Kind of irrelevant from the previous maps.
Right.
Those attendance boundaries are fixed, and we can plot those on the current one and the 2
The yellow one.
scenarios.
Yeah, the orange or the yellow, but at least one town hall. What also is consistent is that public input is also probably pretty important too, at least one. So.
Great. Thank you very much. We appreciate it, Josh.
Okay. Thank you, board. Have a good evening.
All right. You too. All right. We're moving on to the consent agenda. There's actually a public comment on the consent agenda. And I will read. Consent agenda item 0.3 from Gail Costello, approval of high school courses. The comment is, thank you for seeking approval for implementing 2 new high school courses. AP Chemistry is a very challenging course for even the most dedicated student. A pre-AP Chemistry course will provide more students with an opportunity to excel in chemistry and earn college credits for their eventual AP score. The other new course weaves engineering, math, and science coursework into an exciting application. This should give RC students experience in applying math, architecture, engineering, construction skills, to a 3D process, plus time spent doing some of the more mundane but necessary pre-construction tasks. All right. Now that we are at the consent agenda, is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda? Moved by Vice President Wong,
I'll second.
second by Trustee Kirby Gonzalez. Let's start with Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Vice President Wong.
Aye.
I too vote aye. Clerk Venegas? Trustee Barnes.
Aye.
All right. The consent agenda is adopted. Moving on. Let me go down to okay. P, action items. Who knows? Maybe we do get out of here before 10 o'clock. I might have. P1, Government Code Section 48918, Student Discipline. Case number 2022-04. S. Stan Moisich, Assistant Superintendent of Ed Services, and Dr. Jay Burns, Director of Special Programs.
Thank you. The Board of Education received information on student discipline case 2022-4 in closed session. As required by Ed Code, the board will need to take actions on the recommendations in open session. Therefore, we are asking that you accept the recommendations from staff.
Great, thank you. Is there any public comment, Mario? Is there any comments from the board?
There is no public comments.
Thank you. Is there any comments from the board? Okay. I will make the motion to accept the recommendations from staff. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Clerk Venegas. Trustee Barnes?
Aye.
Clerk Venegas? I too vote aye. Vice President Wong?
Aye.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez?
Aye.
Okay. The staff's recommendations have been adopted. P2, Government Code Section 54956.9 D2, pending a potential litigation, OAH, case number 20211101778, Stan Moisich, Assistant Superintendent of Ed Services, and Dr. Andre Phillips, Director of Student and Family Support Services.
Yes, the Board of Education received information in closed session on pending or potential litigation, case number 2021-110178, Parent versus WSD. We are asking the board at this time to take actions recommended by the staff.
Okay. Is there any public comments?
No public comments received.
Is there any comments from the board? Questions? Okay. Is there a motion from the board?
I move.
Moved by Vice President Wong.
Second.
Second by Trustee Barnes. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Vice President Wong.
Aye.
Clerk Venegas.
Aye.
Trustee Barnes. I too vote aye. So staff recommendations are adopted. P3, approval of a memorandum of understanding between Washington Unified School District and West Sacramento Teachers Association with regard to an early retirement non-return notification incentive for certificated employees. Kamal G. Panu, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources.
Good evening. Trustees are asked to adopt the MOU with WSTA to help our district with early identification of potential vacant positions, which will provide us the ability to engage in early hiring practices to hire the most qualified candidates for our district. I wanted to also point out before taking action that a similar early retirement and resignation notification incentive will be brought forward for our classified bargaining unit. They are currently going through the ratification process, so that'll be brought forward at the January meeting. But we wanted to make sure that we pointed out that both classified and certificated employees will have access to a similar incentive.
Thank you, Panu. You answered my question. Is there any public comment, Mario?
There is no public comment.
Any questions or comments from the board? Seeing and hearing none. I will make the motion to approve.
I second.
Seconded by Vice President Wong. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Vice President Wong.
Aye.
I too vote aye. Clerk Venegas.
Aye.
Trustee Barnes.
Aye.
Okay. The action item is adopted. P4, approval of the first interim financial report for fiscal year 2021-2022. Monique Stafal, Assistant Superintendent of Business Services.
Good evening again. This evening, I am joined by our Fiscal Director, Kylie Lane, to present our first interim financial budget report with a positive certification. Next slide. We always like to begin our financial presentations with a review of our annual budget cycle. At this point in December, we are at the time frame where we are presenting our first interim. Typically, we would also present our audit report at this meeting, but due to the pandemic, the deadline to receive and approve audit reports have been extended until February. Therefore, we will be bringing that to you in January. Next slide. A brief overview of what we will cover this evening includes our legal requirements, an update on enrollment and average daily attendance, also known as ADA, a summary of our first interim budget, multi-year projections, and a discussion of our next steps. Next slide. Our first interim budget report is a snapshot of our expenses and revenue for all the way up until October 31st. It is due December 15th, and it needs to be approved by our governing board, reviewed by the County Office of Education, and then we submit the certification to the Superintendent of Public Instruction and state controllers. Next slide. Let's talk a little bit about our enrollment and average daily attendance. On this slide, what we're sharing with you is our enrollment projections and how we are still experiencing a slight decline in enrollment. However, we do anticipate that our enrollment will steady out over the next few years. It's important to note that our enrollment declined this year from about 7,300 to a little about 7,250 students. This year is a little over a 1% decline. However, this year, statewide, we are experiencing about an 8% decline. So even though we're in a declining enrollment, we're not seeing a significant decline as many of our other districts in the state. Another thing to note is that on this slide, we are only showing you in this chart our WUSD enrollment for this year. It does not include projections for transitional kindergarten. We are working with the Yolo County Office of Education and a demographer to be able to get projections on what TK enrollment may look like for our district. When we think about our Washington Middle College High School, enrollment is projected to remain steady at 184 students in the coming years. Next slide. We wanted to take a look back to see what our enrollment looked like at adopted budget versus our first interim. I do want to make a note that the information posted online differs just a little bit from what we are sharing with you at this moment. We did identify that we transposed the bar graphs on 21-22 and 22-23, and those have been updated. What you will see is in blue were our projections at adopted budget. However, in orange, those are our new first interim projections. Our actual first interim enrollment is slightly higher than what we projected in June, and that's great. Still experiencing declining enrollment. However, it's not as significant as we thought it would be in June. Next slide. Next, we'd like to talk about enrollment versus ADA. We are funded, we receive our revenue, the primary source of our revenue is our local control funding formula based upon the number of students who attend school every day, our average daily attendance. For the past few years, there has been a hold harmless provision that has really protected the funding for districts as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. When you look in the table in the column 21, 22, and you go down to the bottom row, you'll see funded versus actual ADA. That 395.2 is telling us that our actual ADA is lower than what we're funded at. When you go over one column to 22, 23, you'll see that there is no difference between the funded and actual ADA. That is because the hold harmless provision ends next year, and we will be funded on our actual ADA. Since we've been having an enrollment decline, then and funded on our actual ADA, then that impact of the hold harmless provision will occur with us in 22-23. So what does that mean? It means that we do project a decline in our funding from our local control funding formula allocations. Next slide. This is a comparison of our enrollment versus ADA only for our Washington Middle College High School. The hold harmless provision does not apply to charter schools. Therefore, we have been funded on our actual ADA, and so we do not anticipate a large decline in our ADA in the coming years. Next slide. At this time, I invite our Fiscal Director, Kylie Lane, to provide you a summary of our first interim report.
Hello, good evening. So this slide here is giving you an idea of just where we were at the adopted budget that we brought to you in June, and our first interim actual adjustments that we did with our revenues of our expenses, where we reconcile position control, looking at that. And also we included in here, if you notice, in our first interim, at the unaudited actuals, we brought to you as at the ending fund balance some transfers that we were going to do for the OPEB liability, and then as well as the deferred maintenance. So that's why you see the other sources and uses of 25 million, because not only does that actually include our contributions that we do from our unrestricted over to our restricted side, but it also includes those designations that we talked about at the UAs. So we're actually seeing a surplus when you look at our revenues and our expenses at first interim, but because of our other uses and transferring over, we're actually seeing a net difference of 11 million that will be hitting our ending fund balance. And I'll show you that a little bit later in the presentation. Next slide. So there was a slight increase to the local control funding formula, and that was due to us adjusting our looking at our ADA as well as our enrollment and kind of the net effects that that had on our actual LCFF funding. And then also, as I mentioned, in our expenses, we reconciled our position control, and we also included the electric vehicle charging stations that we also brought at the UAs to do that for the transportation department. And like I mentioned in the sources, that's where we deferred, had the deferred maintenance fund, and we also brought the other post-employment retiree benefits as well. Next slide. On the restricted, when we do adopted budget, we do show you that it is a very balanced budget. On the restricted, we have the restricted dollars, and of course, you've got restricted expenses that go with those revenues. At first interim, we at that point we have where we have the UAs where we actually close the books, and we do have some deferred revenue. Maybe it's title funds, some of the carryover dollars that we show, but then it also, we have to bring that back into the first interim when we do close for the UAs to bring those revenues back in and have the expenses against that. and that decrease the fund balance is actually our ending fund balance that we had at the UA. So that will also come to a net zero, but it just shows you on the first interim because this isn't showing you the ending fund balance. Next slide. Also on that last one too, it's where we bring in, when we do close the books, we have the deferred revenue of all the COVID funds. So we see the huge increase when we look at adopted budget because our adopted budget doesn't include those COVID dollars because they're actually in the prior year where we have to kind of state those revenues and expenses. And it's not until we actually close the books that we recognize them again into the following year. And that's where we see that in the first interim budget. We also at first interim is where we get a lot of the revenue allocations for title for the 21-22 year. Any adjustments, so when we project at our actual adopted budget, any kind of adjustments that we receive from the state or federal, that's where we do our adjustments for our first interim. As for expenses, that's where we bring in expenses to our COVID funds. And I mean, it was quite a bit from last year and what wasn't spent. I want to say it was kind of about 13 million. I want to say we actually brought in on top of the ESSER 2, but we actually spent quite a bit of the ESSER 2 funds towards the end of last year. Next slide. So this shows you an idea of where our beginning fund balance was at the adopted budget. With our surplus of 166,000, I think with an ending fund balance of increasing. So then we have our beginning fund balance at first interim, which would be the same, but because of the net effects that we had in the first interim budget, with moving over those funds that we moved to fund OPEB as well as deferred maintenance, it leaves us with an ending fund balance of the 17,900,000 on the unrestricted side. So the variance there shows the 11,593,000, which is the net difference between kind of reconciling what we did at first interim with position control and those movements that we did as well as recognizing the increase in revenues that we did see in LCFF. Next slide. So our multi-year projection, I think this week we kind of finalized, I want to just mention, finalized kind of our P1 ADA where we were looking, and Monique and I, when we looked over what we were going to project for our ADA for the out years with just the uncertainty of COVID, how it's affecting our actual classrooms, what it looks like, and capturing kind of that number. And we tend to see, for years that I've been doing this, P1 ADA is always a little bit higher than P2, which is about month 8 of the school year. We do see that does decrease a little bit. So Monique and I discussed quite a bit about where we tend to hover. Typically as a district, we've always been around 95, 96% of ADA to enrollment. And we thought, let's probably project at 94. And looking at the P1 ADA, we just actually received all the month 4 ADA from all the school sites, so we're compiling that data, and we're at about 92.5%. So it's a little less than what we were expecting. We're hoping that this year, just because kind of working things out with the quarantine and the COVID, and hoping that we can get more students back into the classroom and that we'll actually see an increase by month 8 in our ADA. So I just kind of wanted to mention that because these projections are on 94% ADA to our enrollment. So next slide. So the fiscal cliff, I know we've been talking about this for probably the last 2 years. So I wanted to kind of give you an idea of just the ebb and flow of the state budget when we get the governor proposal, the enacted state budget, and just doing a comparison to kind of give you an idea of how much it changes from when we receive the information and looking at projections. So in 1920, the green bar, the enacted state budget was projecting the 21-22 COLA, which is the year we're actually seeing right now, of 2.8%. We did have the supplemental grant of the 20% and the concentration grant of 50. And in 2021, the enacted state budget, they actually projected the COLA for the 21-22 year a little less of 2.48%, and the supplemental and concentration grants remained the same. So then when we actually got to the 21-22 year, the enacted state budget, we saw, I think it's the 5.07. I can't see it. Our pictures are over there. So, and then we also saw the increase to our concentration grant that went from the 50% to the 65%. And that is ongoing. And that is where they also specified that a plan needs to be put into place. Those are to directly serve our students. So it's things that are actually impacting our students that those dollars are to go towards. We're seeing a slight increase, but I just projected the 1.2 ongoing. I want to say when I looked at that out years and kind of looked at the percentage change, the most it went up to was 1.3, and that is projecting with our actual ADA of what we're looking at right now. So I just kind of want to give you an idea of how much it changes. And every time we get a new dartboard, it's something different. We have changes in the PERS rates. We have changes in the state unemployment insurance rate. So it's just constantly, I think that's what's great about these interim reports. We constantly bring this information to you just to continue to give you the latest information that we actually have. So next slide. This is actual look at the projection, the multi-year projection on the unrestricted side. So looking at the revenues, pretty steady for the most part. They do dip a little bit in the 22-23 year with the expenses. If you look in the 21-22 year, we're actually looking at the expense there. That's just the one time of the movement of the OPEB that goes over in the deferred maintenance as well, which is why it shows 93 million. But of course, that continues to be flat with a little bit of increase. And I think most of that is the step in column that we're seeing in staff. But we are seeing that we are deficit spending in the out years. We are not settled on negotiations for our out years. We've settled for this year, but nothing ongoing. Giving you an idea of just kind of where the 6%, we have the reserve for economic uncertainties, and looking at just kind of where we land as far as the ending uncommitted fund balance, very steady is what we're kind of projecting at this time, hovering around the 10 million and a little bit less than that. Next slide. So next steps. Go to the next slide. Thanks, Mario. We're requesting for the board to approve our 21-22 first interim budget. We're going to continue to monitor and kind of refine our current budget, paying attention to our ADA, looking at monthly attendance reports that we receive from all of the school sites, and continuing to just work with Ed Services on that. I think that's probably the most critical piece that we really need to just really pay attention to. And then we will be bringing you the second interim budget, and that is that's the reporting period through January 31st. And by that time, we will have the governor's budget proposal. We will be going to that in January, so we'll have a little bit more information, hopefully, for that and out years with our projections. And this year we've already started. Monique's done a great job getting so many people in the room just to discuss the kind of universal transition kindergarten, working with Ed Services, working with everybody that is key in this critical piece, working on getting the communication out there for the universal transitional kindergarten. And then of course, kind of the unknowns of the vaccine mandates and how that will look, I think is what everybody's kind of just waiting for to see. There's just a lot of stuff that is kind of up in the air right now that's obviously affecting everything that we're doing. So, and I think next slide, I think it's just questions. Oh, no, we're going to the annual budget cycle. Same thing, we just went over the first interim, and as Monique mentioned, the audit report, we are hoping to bring that the first meeting in January. And we'll have the governor's budget proposal in January, and then working around the wheels. So we'll do our budget study in February, and then also our second interim report, and back around to the full circle of doing budget development again for the next year. So next slide. And here's the team. So I want to say thank you to all of my staff. Everyone's been doing so great, putting so much work into trying to make sure we have all the information that we could provide to you with all the updated information. So I want to say thank you to all of my staff. So, and I think that's it, unless Monique, you have anything to add that maybe I forgot. Otherwise, we will take questions.
Nothing to add. Great job, Kylie.
Thank you.
And we want to thank your team too, Kylie. So thank you very much. What the heck? I don't know if anybody can hear that, but Al's computer is becoming Sir Mix-a-Lot.
We are
So-
grateful that you are thanking us so many times, Monique. We really appreciate it. That's enough. You don't have to thank us anymore. Okay, we can move on with the noise as the background. Close it, close it, close it. When you close it, it doesn't work?
There you go. Okay.
Thank
Sorry
you
about
so
that.
much for all your appreciation, Monique.
That was-
Really appreciate it.
Right? That was very interesting. So Mario, I'm just going to quickly ask if there's any public comment on this.
There are no public comments.
I'm sure the board does have some questions and comments. So who to go to first? Vice President Wong, did you have anything? All right.
Nobody likes to see red and deficit spending. So I'm sure. So I mean, again, the public, just trying to kind of really delineate, have the full conversation with the public about the fiscal cliff, which some people say that we're making this up, but we're not making it up. What does that mean in 2024-25 money? Like, it seems like we come back into the black though in even though our expenditures, our revenues go up and our expenditures go up. So help us understand, like, is the sky falling? We have a steady $10 million budget coming along. So are we in crisis? Are we like going to, by all of those accounting principles, all that helping to the public to understand where we are, because nobody likes to see the red.
I think it's important to note on the slide that Kylie talked about with the fiscal cliff, that we mentioned that the fiscal cliff is a soft landing. And the slide that I talked about to be able to show our funded ADA versus our actual ADA, we do project that our funding will go down. What is really holding us in a place where we think we'll be able to not have as steep of a cliff is the increasing cost of living adjustments that are projected through the next few years. And then also that extra 15% on our concentration grant that will also help us. Some of our deficit spending, and Kylie, I ask you to absolutely share the more detailed information, is also related to the interventions that we are putting in place right now. Kylie, is there anything else that you would like to share?
No, I don't think so. I think it's just like you said, I think it's just the ongoing costs we're continuing to see probably going up. I think we're seeing that in our services, we're seeing that in our supplies. So I think just a lot of our goods and supplies are actually increasing too. Some of the things we need to just pay attention to, but I think the most important piece is probably ADA, just really paying attention to that, monitoring that monthly, looking at reports, because I think that's going to be the key piece, because we're seeing such a huge decline in our percentage of ADA that we haven't seen before. We've always been steady of 95, 96%. So I think that's kind of the unknown, what that's going to look like.
And I also recommend that even though at this moment we have a healthy and strong ending fund balance, that we remain conservative with our projections and conservative with our actions. We absolutely, our priorities are to support our students and provide them the best services that we can afford. And our goal, Kylie and I, is to be able to present information to you for consideration that will take care of our students from TK all the way through the time when they leave us.
Great, thank you. Are you done with?
Yeah, no, it's just again, something that also Trustee Kirby Gonzalez said, we're posting new positions. And so is that all factored into this, like our approval tonight or whatnot? Is that all factored into these projections?
Since that item has not been approved, it is not factored into our projections.
Okay. But the money, the restricted funds are there for the
Yes.
equity, and then there's another position. Okay.
Exactly.
All right. And then go ahead. Sorry, I'll hold it. I'll wait.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Sure. I think as a, just as a mom, we know kind of the ADA issues we're facing because, you know, if our kids have a cough, they're not going to school until we get the COVID test. I mean, it's been, you know, it's been a lot of juggling on our family. So I think this year it has been, my kids have missed more school than they ever have. And it's because simply of making sure we're checking their symptoms and doing things in a way that, you know, before it was if they have a fever and a runny nose, you know, you kind of push them out the door sometimes. So I think that, you know, COVID impacts our attendance right now and we feel it a lot. And so I'm hopeful that we will get through that place and that we will be able to have our kids in school. And already I think things are getting a little bit smoother, but continue that we can have our kids in the classrooms as much as possible, as long as they're, of course, we want them healthy. But and I do want to thank you for this slide, because I don't know if we've seen, you know, all your faces like this before as a team. And I want to thank you for putting that there because there are not a lot of people and you're working really hard. And so Monique, Kylie, I want to thank you for taking this information and making it really accessible to understand for us and for the public. And there are some concerns here that we need to watch. But I have a lot of peace of mind knowing that you two are at the helm. And so I want to thank you for your work that you're doing here as we continue to do our due diligence.
Great, thank you, Trustee Kirby Gonzalez. Did either of you have any questions or what? Trustee Barnes?
I just wanted to clarify the ADA calculation and the specific day or how frequently it's recalculated or readjusted. Can either of you tell me that? I'm curious to know, like, when we miss school, you know, with all of the absences from the pandemic or whatnot, when we're missing school on that day, is it recalculated daily and then averaged at some point, or do we just have those 2 days that we talked about, one in the fall and one in the spring? I was a little confused on that. I thought I understood it, but I don't.
Kelly, can you share the background on the P2 and P1, how that affects our funding?
Yeah, so the enrollment is actually 1 day. So it's the first Wednesday of October that we take that number. So that number never changes. So the ADA is the average daily attendance. Sorry, I have dogs running around. And so it's actually, we look at, it's P1 is month 4, so the end of month 4. So we have a calendar, like it might have 17 days in that month. It might have 18, it might have 21. So it just depends. So we just ended our month 4, which is P1 ADA. We're not funded on that one. but we still have to report it. But then your P2, which is month 8, and I want to say that one is, I think it's right before spring break, I want to say, and that's considered month 8. And that is the one that we report that, but that's the one we're actually funded on. So that's the one that stays with us year over year when they look at, past P1 or P2 ADA and our funding. So that continues, but it is like a daily average attendance that just continues to look. So every day that your student is there, it just kind of calculates. So if it's 10% of the time they're out, which is like 8% right now is what every student's kind of missing, just because of what we're experiencing right
Can
now.
you say that again, Kylie? Say what number is that again? What
So
percentage?
if we're at like 92%, it's about 8% of each student that their attendance is what they're actually missing. So typically it's like 4% of the attendance. So it's not that many days, but we're seeing quite a bit. I mean, if there's 180 days of school and 10%, that's 18 days that over the course of the year, if we ended at 90%, that's kind of what the kids are experiencing, 18 days that they're out, each student. So
Meaning we lose 10% of our funding over enrollment. Okay. All right.
Thank you for that.
Vice President Wong, did you have something else you want to add?
I was just gonna say, can't we all be middle college at 99.5% ADA? I was like, yeah, that's. So the message here is we do get funded off between end of March before spring break. If we get everybody to school every day and realize hay fever is hay fever, right? So I'm going back to a comment that Trustee Barnes had made, like make sure that we're, sending home for right reasons, right? Like you can actually be funded at a different rate. Not that we should game the system that way.
And
if not,
looking
right.
when I was looking at the data too, I was surprised because it's actually K3 that is probably a lot less than the 4th through 12th grade when I was looking at that. And I'm like, wow, I mean, I guess maybe because as you get older, right, your symptoms checks or your kids actually know what they're feeling. It's a little different. But yeah, I was actually surprised looking at that data.
I would like to share though, we have the opportunities that if a student is out in quarantine, we have independent study. And if a student is not able to attend school for a variety of reasons related to that, we can recapture that ADA through the independent study program and the work that they do submit. And so I know our Ed Services team is working very hard with our teachers and families to be able to, number one, support our students' education, but also be able to recapture that potentially lost ADA and funding.
So are we doing that for just one day? Because if you have, because that's the question. Okay. So that's the problem is it's actually, if your kid gets sick, and it depends on when they can get a test too, right? Like if your kid normally tests on Tuesdays, but they go home from school sick on, a Thursday, that means they can't come back to school Friday, Saturday, or Monday, or Tuesday until they can retest again. Unless you go to another place to get a test, right?
But if they just have a sniffle for 1 or 2 days, like.
That's if the school lets them back in, because we've had cases where the school will not let them back in until they show a negative test. Clerk Venegas.
Now, I hope I didn't miss this, but is the ADA also including our virtual academy attendance?
Yes.
So then I do have a question about our enrollment projections quickly. As I looked at the slide that had what our year-over-year enrollment projections are, so in 21-22, we project a 98% loss in enrollment, or not percent, 98, that would be bad, 98 student loss in enrollment. The next year it was only 9. The next year we go up 20. And then in 24-25, we go down 53. Well, for the average, if you add all that up, we're still down a negative 140 in terms of our declining enrollment. Huh? I mean, this is projection, so I don't know what we're projecting. I guess my question is, a negative 140 is still a pretty substantial hit in terms of our dollars. I mean, I've heard rumors that we're going to, the state is going to increase the base for the LCFF. Yeah, I heard it from you, but I also heard it at CSBA. I heard that at CSBA. And then I also heard that they're going to advocate, CSBA is going to advocate to change it to enrollment, not ADA. So that would certainly help. Even if you are in declining enrollment, it would certainly help than ADA. But still, the negative 140 in terms of student population is alarming. Do we have an idea as to what is causing that?
You know,
Anyone?
at this, I don't have an idea specifically on what's causing that. What I do know, unfortunately, that is the trend in California education. I was recently at a CBO Chief Business Official Symposium, and some of the information shared was pretty alarming that this is the first year that the population, I think they said the population in California is really declining. Usually we're growing as a state, but you can have heard many, many different things that people are leaving our state, and now they were able to prove that our enrollment is declining. And Stan, maybe you can provide more information about where you and your team are seeing our students go.
Well, it's not just the leaving the state, it's that we're having kids at an older age and we're having fewer kids. Yeah, at least my generation is. And also we're losing a congressional district, right? So that's pretty substantial. So that means we've lost, around 900,000 people in the state. So that does show declining, that's going to translate to a declining enrollment everywhere. Go ahead, Stan.
Sure. So we are definitely looking at the demographic trends. And there is some changes in West Sacramento. For example, our enrollment 10 years ago was very similar to what it is today. So it spiked about 5 years ago, and then it's been kind of on a downward trend. And so that could have to do with housing. That could have to do with some of the things that you mentioned with population. There's a lot of things because we've noticed it in some of our older neighborhoods being more severe in terms of the declines and enrollment. Without naming a few schools, but that's a lot of that has to do with the aging of that neighborhood. Prices of homes are very expensive in West Sacramento now compared to where they were 10 years ago. And so, I think families and things, all that has to be considered. I was in a meeting today with some of our other districts around us, and they've had some similar experiences. So there is demographics. I also want to say though that we have some challenges and competition in our district. And that has taken away some of our students for different reasons. And so we are looking at ways to try to entice families to either return or to make sure the families that we have that are around us see us as a prime option for their education. So, one of the things that we think is going to happen in this trend is we have to understand that even though COVID has had a very strong effect, some of the things that districts have done to work with around COVID and giving services for their students and families, such as independent study, virtual academies. I don't think those things are going to go. If anything, we probably need to even strengthen them because that could be a future item for a lot of families. That's what we're hearing. We're hearing a lot of educators or staff members in different districts are also leaning that way in terms of their careers. So this is a trend that we're going to see in California, whether it was COVID or not. I think there was some trends that way before COVID. I think COVID may have accelerated some of these options. So we're going to have to be competitive, and we're going to have to offer some of those options here at WSD. We have WUVA this year. That's been one option that we've had. We've had our Washington Middle College High School as a dependent charter. We'll have to have some more creative solutions like that to stay competitive, because what we're hearing about people that are choosing charters is that they like some of that flexibility. They like some of those options. And so we're going to have to make sure that we have that embedded in our district service.
And I thank you, because that's kind of where I was going with the question, is I believe Lighthouse is, what are they? They're at 6th grade now, full classes. And I think they go up to 8. So they're going to be returning, they're eventually are going to be returning back to the district at some point, some of those classes. Yeah, they will, somehow they'll be coming back to the district. They will be going either to Washington Middle College, the high school, or maybe WUVA, whatever their option is. I believe especially if we start reaching out to them and marketing ourselves, in a way that really shows off and showcases our programs, we can bring a lot of those students back. But we need to start now in order to do that.
You're absolutely right. And just as a side note, just to piggyback on your point, our secondary, the last few years we've had more 9th graders than we had 8th graders the year before in Washington Unified. So we do our secondary has been pretty strong in its enrollment, but we do see a few of our K-8s, as we noticed, that have really gone down over this 10-year trend. In the district. And
also the one closest to the charter school has gone down significantly. So, oh yeah, and Delta, right? There's also that one. Yeah. And Epic, yeah, that's right.
I appreciate the conservative approach. I think that gives me a lot of hope. And then I think also the programs that we offer in the high school and the DI program we forgot to mention, which I think is bringing a lot of families in, which is awesome. And also the things that our high schoolers are achieving post high school and college is pretty awesome. Today, hearing some of those stories was exciting. So I'm excited to be able to market that well. 2 things that I think I took away from the conference included the marketing piece, and secondly, the efficiency of the positions that we hire and when those are effective, other things seem to fall into place, and then we don't have as much of a need to have to spend other places. So I'm looking forward to some of the new positions and also to the new programs and what we have in place already, because we have a really great district, and then now having Kylie and Monique and the rest of the team be, conservative, I think is going to put us in a good space. I have a good feeling about it. I'm also not a financial person, but I do appreciate you guys. And I think it is we're probably going to be in a good space soon. I hope, if we're not already.
Thank you, Trustee Barnes. And with that, do I take that as your motion?
So I motion to. Yes.
All right. Trustee Barnes moves. Seconded by Vice President Wong. Can I get an aye vote from Trustee?
Aye.
Vice President Wong?
Aye.
I too vote aye. Clerk Venegas? And Trustee Barnes?
Aye.
All right, moving on to P5, Board Adoption of Measure Z Master Program Budget and Cost Mitigation Funding Plan. Monique Staval, Assistant Soup of Business Services.
Hello again. This evening is a culmination of the conversations we have been having since October around the Measure Z budget and cost mitigation plan. Our facilities technician, Angie Nichols, will be presenting to you a summary of those findings and asking for action on our mitigation plan and budget. Angie, are you available?
I am, but yet again, something is going on with my settings. So while Mario is bringing up the presentation, I will have to funnel through and probably log out. That's what I had to do last time. So give me just one moment because I tried to get on, but I will be right back, I promise.
You want us to?
Okay, we'll go ahead and pull up the slide. If you can pull up the presentation. Or President Pizzotti, would you like us to wait or move on?
I was just going to say, why don't we move on to P6 and then we can move backwards because I think P6 will be relatively quick. Is that okay? Is that okay? We'll just go to P6 and then we can go back when Angie gets back on. Okay, we'll move on to P6 quickly. The approval of the memorandum of understanding between Washington Unified School District and the West Side Teachers Association with regard to independent study program for the 2021-2022 school year. Kamoji Tanu, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources. Angie, we're moving on to P6 just for a second.
I appreciate that.
Yeah,
I'm glad you didn't wait.
Okay. Panu, go ahead.
Trustees, thank you very much. We are asking approval for our MOU that we have successfully negotiated with the support of WSTA in response to legislation, as mentioned earlier, the COVID pandemic. There's a growing need for educational options for our families. So in response to that, we worked together to create a virtual independent study model school, which is Washington Unified Virtual Academy. And we also were able to expand the River City High School Independent Study Program. So trustees are asked to approve that MOU that was negotiated.
Great, thank you. Mario, is there any public comment?
There are no public comments.
Okay, comments, questions from the board? Seeing and hearing none, do we have a motion to approve? Moved by Clerk Venegas, second by Trustee Kirby Gonzalez. Clerk Venegas. Trustee Barnes.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Vice President Wong.
Aye.
I too vote aye. Okay, P6 is approved. Angie, you ready to go?
My voice is, so I will go to it.
Okay,
So,
P5, go ahead.
All right. So if we can actually bring up the presentation, thank you so much. So today, as Monique had mentioned previously, we are going to really come to the culmination of previous discussions regarding our Measure Z master program budget and the necessary cost mitigation that will be required for our Measure Z.
I think we lost her.
Okay.
I think I'm back.
Oh, okay.
Right. Sorry. I am in my hometown where I'm in the middle of a farm town. So I'm trying to do my best. So next slide, please. I don't know how much you heard of my intro, so I'm moving along. Okay, so the purpose of today's presentation is to really break down some of the budget options that we have for our Measure Z bond program, specifically some of the budget overages that have been identified through the cost verifications that we've done according to the facilities master plan. We've definitely identified that regardless of whether or not the board chooses to exercise the debt repayment option, which of course the bond language allows for up to 10% of the bond to go towards COP debt repayment. We know that according to the facilities master plan, we won't be able to execute all three of the projects per the facilities master plan. We know that some of these cost mitigation measures will be required. And we would like to walk you through some of those cost mitigation measures so that way we could put the board and the community at ease, knowing that some of these cost mitigation measures don't really require much of a sacrifice or a compromise to the integrity of the project. And so we're going to walk you through some of those. We are also going to propose that the board choose between 3 options, and we'll discuss those on the next slide. There we go. So here we are with the 3 options that we will pose to the board at the end of the presentation. So we have option A that includes the debt repayment option. So if we were able to make that commitment today or in the near future, then we would know that we would have up to $15 million less that we could allocate towards the project budgets. Option B will include no debt repayment, and that we can start planning. We've actually already begun planning various options pending whatever board direction we receive, there wouldn't be the need for the debt repayments. That would be up to $15 million that we would be able to disperse between the 3 projects. And then option C would include not making the commitment today, but possibly reserving the debt repayment option at a later date. One thing that we heard from the board, and we heard it pretty clear, is that let's not make that commitment right now. Let's see if we end up in a similar financial situation as we have in years past, where the impact to the general fund that this COP debt repayment has really impacted possible staff salaries and teacher salaries. And so we're really, if we want to exercise that option at a later date, we really need to plan for it today. And part of that is that we don't want to start the first project with a full budget, because as we know, equity is really the priority of this bond and the priority of the board. So if we start the first project without any cost mitigation or scope reduction plans, then our equity projects may not be equitable. So knowing everything up front will help us not only allocate the budgets accordingly, but also better help us to execute all 3 of the priority projects, which, just as a reminder for those that may not have heard, the 3 priority projects are the Westfield and Elkhorn modernization projects, and then the River City Performing Arts Center. Next slide, please. So this is a facilities motto, and this is something that we really live and breathe. And I marked we are here because we are still in the planning phase, and we're hoping that pending board direction that we may receive today or shortly, we may be able to actually prepare according to the plan that's developed. Next slide. So the budget and cost overview that we will be discussing is really breaking down how much we're over per the facilities master plan. And we know that we don't need to stick to the facilities master plan. That's something that we've spoken to in the past. There's lots of different scope options and mitigation options, but we need to know the extent that we need to exercise those cost mitigation options before we begin the first project. So we will actually take a look at exactly what the difference is between the debt repayment option and without. Next slide. So these figures that we see, these are the same figures that we have seen from the November 10th board update, and then also, I believe, previous to that as well. And on the left, well, the middle column, you will see that with the debt repayment option, we would need to find cost mitigation measures that would equate to over $42 million. And without, it would be $27 million, well over $27 million. So regardless, we know that cost mitigation measures are going to need to be exercised. And we have lots of options even within the $42 million cost mitigation or the 27 million cost mitigation. Excuse me. And if we plan now, then we can execute either way and still have all three projects and the program costs. But it's pretty critical that we know now, so that way we don't paint ourselves into a corner later on. And then not only may we not have the option for the debt repayment if the board chooses to use that now or later, but we may not have the option for all three projects. Next slide. We've talked about our cost mitigation and our alternative funding plan previously, but we actually kind of wanted to show you some of those measures that are, as Monique had put it, kind of the low-hanging fruit, to show you some examples of how we really wouldn't need to compromise the integrity of the projects. Next slide. So we've talked about alternative funding, and we know that if we receive the grant funding that we've applied for, which as stated in previous board meetings, we have about $9.5 million of pending grants for the Fallbrook project, both in new construction and in modernization. We know that we can dip into deferred maintenance because clearly the Elkhorn and the Westfield projects, there's plenty of deferred maintenance that we would be able to exercise there. And we would also maybe be able to incorporate some E-rate. And then also, you know, I love the idea, Sarah Kirby-Gonzalez's idea of the fundraising, but a lot of that is kind of unknown. We don't know how much we can generate from all of that. And we also don't want to count those grants before they're in our pockets. So we really need to budget for all three of the projects and the program budget, $150 million that is granted through Measure Z. And so what we're planning on doing is looking at our project scope and exercising some of those cost mitigation measures. But again, we really need to know the extent in which we need to exercise those. Next slide. And one of those low-hanging fruit that we've discussed previously, but we really wanted to show you in action, is the utilization of the record drawings from when River City High School was first constructed in 2008. And this was a building that would have been front-facing, pretty much right next to the admin building and connected to, oh geez, can't remember the building, but it's there's a letter to it, and it was actually connected to, which is actually near where the Black Box Theater is. So it would actually have a connection through there. And there's classrooms and IT equipment and everything that would connect to possible CTE programming. And this was cut due to value engineering at the time in 2008, which I think everyone was sad about. So this is actually a cut sheet from those original drawings. And part of the reason why this is more affordable to the district is because it reduces that of what is in the facilities master plan, which was an approximate 1,000 seat performing arts center to a 430 seat performing arts center. And when we compare to other districts of similar enrollment and similar, I guess, need, it really is a little bit more or right at the same part or right at the same seat value. So the 1,000 is really of a Mondavi Arts Center sort of style where it might be geared more towards resulting in profit, where for us, we actually cannot actually accrue too much profit from our facility uses because it goes against the policies of the state required facility use. So there's only a limit to how much we could actually gain from our facility uses. So for 430 seats, and this would actually sit in the same footprint that is still vacant and kind of filled with mulch right now at the River City campus. And part of the cost mitigation measure is actually moving the construction schedule and the planning up about 2 years. So that way the construction would be synchronized with the Elkhorn modernization construction. And this differs from previous conversation and comments that we heard from the board, which we know that equity is, again, definitely the priority for the board and for the district. But if we prioritize the Westfield and the Elkhorn modernizations in time, then due to escalation costs, we would actually may not be able to afford the Performing Arts Center at all. Whereas if we were to move it up just by 2 years and using the 430 seat option, we would be able to save over $21 million. Escalation traditionally goes up 1% each month. Lately, it's been higher than that. And of course, materials, they're rising and rising right now due to COVID. So the farther we push it out time-wise, which really there isn't the need to push it out time-wise, we don't need to utilize any swing space. It is pretty easy to section off. So that way we can make a construction area during the school year that doesn't need to impact the footprint of the student occupancy or their path of travel, and it could be all front facing. So just by doing those two simple, I say simple, but I mean easily identifiable measures, we could save $21 million. Next slide, please. So the facilities master plan, and I've mentioned this previously, we are not married to the facilities master plan. We appreciate the estimates and the data, and especially the stakeholder input during the facilities master plan process. But one thing that we could really work around quite easily is the fact that the facilities master plan, the estimates were geared towards site-built construction as opposed to prefabricated buildings. And the difference between those, it's not portables, it is permanent buildings, or it includes permanent buildings where certain portions are manufactured off-site in a mass manufacturing-like nature, and then large portions are delivered in and then assembled on site. And that differs from site built or stick built, where all the lumber and everything has to go through the manufacturing and delivering process and then assembled on site, but that also results in higher soft costs because there's additional design costs to prepare the traditional site built, whereas most prefab buildings, they're DSA approved. So not only does it require less of the architects, but they're already DSA approved. So there's less requirement in the timeline for DSA approval. Previously, DSA approval might have taken 2 months, 6 weeks. Now, DSA approval can take about 6 months. And again, revisiting the idea of cost escalation being certainly no less than 1% a month, there could be some considerable savings. And this is just a sample photo here. we have a lot of prefabricated permanent buildings already in Washington Unified. There's a few of our recent buildings that are listed on this slide. We have the most recent, which is the 2-classroom building at Riverbank. And then when we did the Bridgeway Island K-8 expansion through Measure Fee, that was also prefab in 2015. And then almost all of the classrooms at Stonegate, which is our newest elementary school, most of those classrooms are also prefab. So if you're used to walking those sites, then you hopefully can get a little bit of an image of what those prefab buildings look like. There's really not a whole lot aesthetically or quality that would be compromised through using these prefab buildings. The number that you see there of almost 4.5 million, that is the result, according to the facilities master plan, if we were simply to swap out the site built versus prefab buildings. And that's really only hard costs, which are the construction costs. So there would be additional savings per DSA, not waiting for escalation, and then also the architectural and engineering fees that would accrue through the soft costs. Next slide. So now we see these numbers together, and I cannot see the last column, but if my memory serves me correctly, because I see everyone's photo or their videos there on the side, but it is over 24 million, if I can remember correctly, just on, am I right? Okay, sorry, I thought I heard something. So just on those examples that I mentioned in the last 2 slides, by reducing the scope to the 430 seats and pushing the construction of the Performing Arts Center up 2 years, and then using the Westfield and Elkhorn classrooms as prefab buildings, we would have considerable savings. And these are not the full limit of the cost mitigation measures that are available to us. Yes?
And can I ask you to push pause for 1 second?
No problem.
To extend past 10 o'clock.
You're saying no.
Oh, all right. Hey, fine. We can go to bed. Sorry, Auntie. Anybody?
I need direction.
Okay.
You only have 4 days with us, Angie, so I want you to come back.
Calling me
Okay,
out.
I hear a motion
Everything
by
tomorrow.
Trustee.
Everything will go to tomorrow.
I can't get over Trustee Wong. You know, what do you say? Did you say second?
No, I said we can move the entire agenda to tomorrow's board meeting.
Oh no.
No.
No. Motion by Trustee Barnes. Second by Trustee Kerr-Gonzalez, even if yay or nay. Trustee Kerr-Gonzalez.
Yes.
Vice President Wong.
Aye.
Reluctantly, aye. Clerk Venegas, all right. Trustee Barnes. Okay, we can extend past 10 o'clock. Angie, the floor is yours once again.
Thanks.
With corrections soon.
Okay. So again, these are not the full extent of cost mitigation measures that are available to us. This is just a sample. We've actually brainstormed quite a few with our bond program management company, which has been CPM, and then also internally with Terry and myself, Monique. And then who knows what, and I've mentioned this in the past, what architects might suggest. And then when we bring in the contractors, are going to have other suggestions. So really the takeaway is we need to assign budgets for each of the projects, knowing that what we can accomplish with the facilities master plan without any modifications, and some of the tangible scope reductions or cost mitigation measures that are available. And then we assign those budgets to the architect and also the contractor, because again, with leaseback, they develop the project together, and then they're given a budget and they see what they can do with that budget. And there's all kinds of creative solutions that I've been most impressed by contractors and architects that obviously we would never have thought of. Next slide, please. So now we're going into the next steps. My mother is here and interrupting, excuse me. So now we are revisiting the board action requests, and we are looking at option A and option B and option C. And again, option A is we are really if the board is determined that they would like to commit to the debt repayment now, then we could budget accordingly and allocate the remaining funds to all three of the priority projects. If option B is determined, then that would mean that we would allocate all the remaining budget or all of the Measure Z budget towards the projects without any reserve to the debt repayment. And that would include the 3 priority projects and also any necessary program costs. And that includes auditing and expenditure tracking and also the cost of issuance. Option C is pretty much what we've heard from the board, which is we will see what the COP debt repayment might result into the general fund. And if we come across previous years where we need to make cuts, then we would be able to exercise that later on. However, if that is deemed not necessary, then we would be able to roll those into potential adds to these projects that we otherwise wouldn't have been able to afford if that is deemed not necessary to exercise. But at least we could budget now for the 3 projects, so that way it can be an option later on. And one of the reasons why we are really asking for this now is because the first project that we are going to start, which is going to be the Westfield Modernization Project, we would like to start it with an equitable budget to Elkhorn. And mind you, the cost of the projects will not be 100% aligned because Elkhorn is going to occur a few years later and we have to account for escalation. But we want the projects themselves to be equitable. And if we were to start with Westfield with full budget, then Elkhorn may not receive the same attention and the attention it deserves. And then therefore, we may not be able to do the Performing Arts Center. And something that I personally have thought about is that the Performing Arts Center is not just for River City, it's for the district as a whole. And we can see all of our elementary schools district-wide exercising that space for recitals and what have you. So taking away that option or not being able to execute that option really removes part of the equity mission that Washington Unified has. So these are the 3 options that we really are requesting the board to take direction on or comment on. If you need more information, we definitely would like to give that to you. Some of the previous information that we've given in the past to help you make this decision is the return on investment towards the COP debt repayment and whether or not it would warrant such a decision, and also all of the cost validations that we have put together according to the facilities master plan. But again, we don't want to tailor the conversation and the budget towards the facilities master plan. because there's so many options outside of that. And then also the facilities master plan was completed in 2019. So there's been site use changes. Elkhorn has had quite a few changes. We have had our SDC preschool move in there since 2019. They're utilizing classrooms that otherwise weren't needed and not accounted for in the facilities master plan. There's,
I think we get it.
yeah, sorry, we need the answer. So sorry. Okay,
All right,
next
let's
slide.
save it. Let's save it for the questions. All right, because I'm sure there's comments and questions, and I hear there's a staff pool on when we're going to end this meeting by, so we're trying to accommodate. Let me quickly go to Mario for any public comment. No? Okay, no public comment. I'll go to Vice President Wong. Go ahead.
Oh, Angie had a few more slides.
Oh, I'm
Timeline.
sorry, Angie. I didn't know. I was trying to hurry up for.
Timeline. The next step. Timeline.
I need that sometimes, Kobe.
Okay, sorry.
I run on, so I appreciate it. Thank you to everyone that helped. And then also the last one, this would be pending the board direction, whether it's tonight or if you do need.
We lost her. Okay, so discussion.
Okay, well, we lost Angie.
Yeah, she's off totally right now.
All right. I'm sure she'll get
be
back
hopping
on.
back in.
I'm sure she'll get back on.
Yeah.
I'll just quickly ask Monique. Can somebody mute?
Are you comfortable with our discussion? You want to wait till Monique comes back? I mean, Angie comes back, Monique.
I would say, Monique, did you have any more comments that you wanted to add?
Yeah, just the comments, and maybe it's not completely filler until she comes back. We would really appreciate having a decision if you feel comfortable this evening, because as Angie shared, we would really like to be able to have direction on these programs, because how we start is how we're going to finish.
Okay.
Welcome back, Angie.
So sorry. So sorry.
I'm here.
Oh, she's back. Okay.
Sorry.
All right. So we have it back at the board, Andy, and we're going to start taking comments and prepare to be peppered. All right. Go ahead, Vice President Wong.
I am actually, I think I said it last time, and maybe just so that there's clarity for my comment, is that I'm not comfortable with any debt repayment at this point because of how we kind of spoke to the public about Measure Z. So I just want to be clear that if the only option is without debt repayment, option B is that's where I'm directing, just because I don't want to break a proposed, promise to the public. So, and I think these projects all three of these projects are extremely important. With that said, if we go under cost, then okay, maybe we'll consider it later, but I'm not ready to consider it now. And I want to just kind of be really clear where I sit on no debt repayment.
Thank you. Clerk Venegas.
Yeah, as soon as I saw option B, I was ready to decide. The presentation was incredible, but I'm with option B.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
This is just, I think, so exciting to see the way that you have all gone back to the drawing board, and it really just honed in on all of this and gotten creative. And I was excited hearing about River City and already like wheels spinning of how we can like start talking to, the community about certain things in terms of maybe getting some outside support and funding as well. And crossing our fingers and toes for all of those grants that are out there, that hopefully we get those too. Because we were unique in COPs, I definitely would not be okay with option A. And it would be interesting to hear a staff recommendation, although I know that you want direction from the board. But because we're unique in this district of the COPs and how they've dipped into our general budget, general fund, and it does impact kids at the end of the day too. I was, looking at option C, but I would be interested to hear staff's input on that. We hear equity used a lot with our school facilities, and I think absolutely Elkhorn Westfield 100%, but I would argue that also our performing arts is an equity piece because we are overall Title I district and we know that often the arts have been cut over time and there are not facilities like that often in many Title I districts. And so that's why VAP has always been, I think, important to this board. And it's been an equity piece too. So absolutely, I don't want any of those 3 projects to be sacrificed. But I was wondering if in option C that would happen, if it was held to the side. And maybe because there was some talking, I didn't hear it correctly, but my understanding was that option C, you said that you thought that these 3 could still go as long as we do cost mitigation. Did I miss that? And then we look at
No,
that
that's
prepayment side.
Yes, that's correct. Either way, we would be able to make all 3 projects happen and we could execute them, but there would need to be scope reductions and cost mitigation measures exercised regardless. But if we were to go with option C, then we're not beholden to using that 10% towards the debt repayment. And if there is an item that goes over budget or we simply cannot go without, then if the board chooses and everyone is in agreement, we could dip into that reserve. So we're not committed to that. One of the measures that we're very used to exercising is add alternates, where we would have a base bid, which is the bare minimum that we would like to occur for the project. And then we have maybe several add alternates. And it might include new windows. The base bid might include new windows all at the base level. And then an add alternate might be those upper level windows that have the louvers that you can't see from the outside, updating those. So that might be an add alternate, or there might be certain spaces that might be considered an add alternate. And if the board decides that we don't want it to go without that, then possibly, or the GMP goes beyond what's anticipated, then we're able to dip into that reserve if necessary.
Angie, let's try not to dip too into the weeds.
Sorry.
Yes, I can.
I know you're incredibly passionate about this, but let's try and keep it at the 30,000 foot level. So I will go with Clerk Venegas next. Oh, wait, you already went. Okay, Trustee Barnes next.
I agree. I'm going to go with option B. And yeah.
I'm gonna, I've got some quick questions, Angie's for you. Quickly, you said there's a profit limit on anything that we can gain from like the Performing Arts Center. Can you tell me what that is quickly?
You know, I wish I knew that percentage, but because we are a nonprofit organization, we can only, we're limited to how much we could get from that. Am I cutting out?
No, you're good. You're good. Okay, the other question. Oh, I'm sorry. We're kind of going back and forth over each other. I'm sorry. The other thing is that I have concerns about, the, 430 seat drawing. What we did was we presented all these options in terms of our facilities master plan, or not all these options. We presented our facilities master plan with 100 or 1,000 person seating arrangement for a Performing Arts Center, and then we're cutting it by 55%. I'm not terribly. I don't mind removing it here and there to make things fit within your budget so we can get the most out of our money. But I think cutting it in half what was shown to the public is a significant reach, especially when we went out to the public with a bond, right? So I do have a problem with that. Also, I'm pretty committed against the prefab idea. I'm just curious as the life expectancy and maintenance on prefab. Chris Montbonitas, when he was here, told us that brick and mortar is the way to go, and your life expectancy is, 100 years if you maintain it right? And we've got some schools that are, yes, 70 years old in this district. Elkhorn, right, Elkhorn. While it is still standing, it does need to be remodeled, but that's because we haven't paid attention to it for so long, right? But it's still standing. Whereas if we, had some prefab classrooms, they're going to need a lot of maintenance, a lot of work over that time. I'm just not.
Are you sure of that?
Yeah.
Huh?
I mean, I would.
I've talked to a couple people about that idea already. Construction people. So, yeah. But
Yeah, I know that when Chris Montbonitas was speaking to the units in question, and what I knew of his concern was the portables specifically, and the fact that they had a 20-year shelf life.
yeah, and I'm not talking about portables. I know the difference.
Yeah. I don't know if Terry Souza, he's definitely more of an expertise in that area. If you're interested in that, or maybe we can bring it back to the board with further detail later on. But the life expectancy that I'm aware of would be quite similar, because they would have concrete slabs. They would just be panels manufactured offsite and then brought in. But if you would like further analysis of that, that's something we can bring back.
I'm not asking.
And I think a
My-
key
my-
thing is,
my mind has been kind of made up on that one, but go
Yeah.
ahead.
Okay.
and I think a key thing is what we shared with you are just examples. The
I hear you.
direction that we end up going, we will be coming back to you multiple times to get continued direction.
I hear you. I kind of know where my head is at on this. So let's just go down the line, trustee. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Say what?
Trustee George has also asked a question about staff recommendations, but we all.
Oh.
I don't know if your question was answered.
Oh. Okay, is there a staff recommendation?
Even though the board has already.
Right. Is there a staff recommendation?
I think it depends on who you ask.
Oh, okay. Well, if that's the case, then I would prefer not to hear
Yeah.
the staff recommendation. I don't want to hear a divided staff. Okay.
That's fair. With the caveat that, of course, all of our buildings are the priority, but having the debt reserve that is there but can be used and it's not a final commitment, I lean towards option C.
Okay. Vice President Wong says option B. I say option B. B. Okay. So we're all for option B minus the option C. So I think, Angie, you have your direction. Or Monique, you have your direction.
Yes, thank you. We are excited that we have direction. That is the priority. And
Okay. We lost. You're muted, Monique.
well, that's great. Well, thank you. All of the wonderful things I said, I think one of the most important two things is thank you for the direction. This will really help us to start really moving forward on our projects and doing great things for our students. And I'd also like to say a special thank you to Angie and all of the work she's done for our district. This is her last board meeting with us.
Angie, you are going to be well missed. You've been amazing, and you are such a wealth of knowledge and have provided this board with tremendous support and information. So I just can't tell you enough how much you're going to be missed, and we wish you the best in your future endeavors.
Thank you. Thank you. And I have to say that the work that I've been trusted with Washington Unified has really been the honor of my life. And I have really appreciated the integrity of the board and administration. And I have had really wonderful mentors. Shannon Sweely, Linda Luna, Scott Landsberger, and then a lot of support from Serge, Elaine, Daniel, and Yvette. But then my scarecrow, who I'm going to miss most of all, is Terry Souza. Thank you for all of his guidance. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Angie. We appreciate you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for everything.
Thank you, Angie.
Thank you. All right, so now that direction has been given, sorry, we're on to P7. Sunshine for the bargaining proposals for both Washington Unified School District and the California School Employees and its Riverview chapter number 168 for the 2022-2023 school year. Assistant Superintendent Kamalji Panu.
Good evening. Board is asked to take action on this item here in alignment with our current CBA, CSEA, and the school district are entering into negotiations for the 2022-23 school year. The board is asked to approve the sunshine proposals as presented this evening.
Is there public comment? No. Oh, she's going away. Is there any board comments? Seeing and hearing none, do I have a motion to approve? Moved by Clerk Venegas, second by Vice President Wong. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Vice President Wong.
Aye.
I too vote aye. Clerk Venegas. And Trustee Barnes just stepped out for a minute. Yeah, we can hold this. We're going to hold this open for Trustee Barnes to come back and vote. P8, approval of human resources to recruit a Director 1. Assistant Superintendent Kamalji Panu.
Good evening. The board is asked to approve the position for Director 1 of Human Resources and give us authorization to recruit and hire that position. This position will help realign duties, provide oversight, and increase the level of service to our schools, response time, and employee needs. Additionally, this position will help to expand services as part of the future planning of and succession planning of our district. Although the job description for the HR manager and the Director 1 position may have similarities, the job duties of these positions will be completely different and alignment. This position will have a specific HR focus on day-to-day operations, which will help as mentioned previously, help the increase of level of service to our schools, our employees with response time and department needs. Additionally, for future planning, we would like to identify programs that would help with our diversity recruitment and potential programs such as aspiring leaders. Again, this position would be different than the HR manager with its assignments. Although the job descriptions do have similarities, those are big buckets of work and not necessarily the technical aspects that will be accessed with this position.
All right. Thank you. There was public comment on this, and that was from Daniel Gandara that we already heard in his CSEA report. I am not certain, but I believe that Doug Knepp also kind of referred to it a little bit. Christy, on P7, we hold the roll open for you. How do you vote? Aye. Okay, so now we have 5 ayes. Okay. So there was public comment already. Is there any discussion from the board? Is there any public comment, Mario?
There is no public comment.
Okay. Okay. I don't see any other public comments. So is there any discussion from the board? Seeing and hearing none. The board, it is up to a motion. It's up for a motion.
I will make a motion to approve.
Okay, moved by trustee Kirby Gonzalez,
I'll second.
second by Vice President Wong.
Can I make a comment before that?
Yeah, go ahead.
This is recognizing that it's hard to actually, we are understaffed in HR, and hopefully that this will make things a lot more efficient. I know that there's just a lot of areas of growth and improvement. I do think that this position would be helpful in making things in HR run a bit more tight and more smoothly and fill positions. We can, if we need to open up discussion, then we can go, I mean, we'll, yeah, if you want.
I'm so sorry. No, I said I don't need to have more discussion about it. I don't have any questions. I missed the presentation, but I think I'm very familiar with what is happening and I do support it. And I think this is a really good example of what we were talking about with efficiency. And I think it's going to be very helpful for our staff. So I'm actually really excited about the position.
So with that, I take that as your I vote?
Yes. And my motion, or I think we already did.
No,
that.
it's already been moved and seconded.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, yes, Clerk Venegas, I'm sorry. Clerk Venegas, if you want to make a comment, go ahead.
I just, for me, I think just having more clarity on the detail from the last conversation would have been a little bit helpful. I hold myself accountable for maybe not asking more questions prior. So just wanted to, before I make my vote, that's just what I had a little bit more clarity as to. I know it has a similar description in the position, but just I should ask more questions prior to.
Which I asked.
No, just for the description, to have more clarity as to move, feeling comfortable in voting. Just exactly, and it, yeah, I'm ready to vote. It's okay.
You still have, we have time.
I'm okay.
You're good?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Then the vote is on you.
No.
No. Okay.
Aye.
Aye. I'm sorry, to clarify, was Clerk Venegas' vote a nay or yay?
He was a nay.
Oh.
He was in the vote. I'm struggling with this one as well. Because we do have the HR manager position. They are similar jobs. I'm gonna say okay on this one. I do suffer from some of your same concerns about some of the similarities, and I know for a while we went without, and we had just a manager in there, and while that was a struggle, it did hold up. I do worry about spending more money on management than we are on boots on the ground. So that is a concern when some of the comments that we've heard, they do resonate. Like, they definitely do resonate. So I would just like to say this, that while I will be an aye vote, I hope that this note is taken into account, that if we're going to be willing to open our pocketbooks for management, please let's look at what we're doing for rank and file as well. And I hope I'm making myself as clear as I possibly can be.
I second that. I mean, I really do second that, is that this is the hope that we'll make it more efficient so that we can get boots on the ground, because it's not, we've said it a couple of times, even though we're in the red, it's not a money issue at this point. It is actually getting people that we've lost a lot of rank and file boots on the ground, because all due respect to HR is doing a great job. I don't want to say that HR is doing a horrible job. We just know that they're strapped with new requirements, a ton of new thing that hoop that they're going through. So I hear that, I echo that. I'm just hoping that this will, I'll put it on, if it's not working, it'll be the first position that I will consider eliminating.
100% agree with that. And the other point to that is not just more bodies on the ground, but if we are not able to hire people in certain positions, then we need to focus on increasing that salary, and so we can. We are effectively hiring a director position because it's hard to find people for human resources that have the qualifications. That's why we're hiring in at this level. We need those qualifications. We need that trained workforce. And so while I agree with that, and we do need that expertise in HR, if the market is saying that you can't hire in for a position, and we've had this discussion all year long, where we've had several positions that have gone unfilled. If we can't hire that position, then we need to move that salary scale up. Either we reclass or we just move that salary scale up in the step and column. So you have my yes, but I hope you hear me clearly. Okay. Well, I didn't see her hand up and we're already on a vote. So I'm going to say that is a vote.
And I also just want to recognize how much COVID has devastated all of the staff's ability to keep up. I mean, and that doesn't mean that this is, I hear classifieds concerns, I hear certificated concerns, I really do, working in it personally. It is too much for everyone, and we need efficiency, we need trained people, we need the ability to be able to support them. And if we cannot do that and we can't do it appropriately, then we're not going to have a well-functioning system. And that's not fair to just keep, we can't just keep putting, hoping that this works and then hoping that we can piece this and this together. Like, this is what they're trained to do. And I think that especially in these times where it's like, now how do we organize a future, we've got another agenda item on it, the COVID clinics, like how do we organize all of this, and how do we staff all of this, and how do we have our staff who's already working on teaching and education now work on the COVID piece of it. It's a huge beast. And we hear that from all of staff, right? Saying I was asked to do this because we all have some new job roles, and that takes a lot of figuring and assessing and figuring out where we go from here. So I think it's a good hire. I think it's a good decision. I think that it's going to hopefully help us with the things that are really hard to understand because they're so brand new, and then help us focus on equity for our kids and focus on supporting our administrative staff, our teachers, our our classified, all of the staff that need so much support right now. That's really where we need to be focusing, is just giving them that support, and they really need it.
Agreed. I appreciate it. So that measure has enough votes. I just want staff to take away also the direction that was heard by from the board. All right. Thank you. P9, Sunshine, the bargaining proposals for both Washington Unified School District and the West Sacramento Teachers Association for the 2022-2025 successor contract negotiations. Kamalji Panu, Assistant Soup for HR.
Good evening. Board is asked to approve the Sunshine proposals as presented in alignment with Article 1 of our CBA. Both WSTA and WUSD is in preparations for successor contract negotiations. And we are to begin prior to the 22-23 school year. So this evening, you're asked to approve the Sunshine proposals as presented by both WSD and WSTA.
Off mute. Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing and hearing none, is there any comments from the board? Seeing and hearing none, do we have a motion to approve? Moved by Clerk Venegas.
I'll second.
Second by Trustee Kirby Gonzalez. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Vice President Wong.
Aye.
I too vote aye. Clerk Venegas.
Aye.
Trustee Barnes.
Aye.
All right, that measure is approved. P10, approval of the agreement between Washington Unified School District and COVID Clinic. Assistant Superintendent Kamaljeet Panu.
Good evening. I do have Thomas Schaefer from the COVID clinic available this evening if there's any specific questions and insights that he can provide for us. Just as a reminder, on May 27th, our district partnered with Healthy YOLO together to provide ongoing testing opportunities for our staff and our students in our community through an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, which is set to expire on December 31st, 2021. The funding for these programs that were sponsored by Healthy YOLO together for our district have been exhausted. So due to that, we did start exploring options and getting recommendations from some of our neighboring districts. So we met with the COVID clinic, who was able to learn about our current district program and was able to commit that they would be able to step in and provide a similar level of service for our families and our community. Sorry, I'm rambling a little bit. For our communities with the current saliva-based PCR testing and the capacity to maintain our current testing levels. Individuals that continue with our district's testing program will not be billed for this testing in alignment with SB 519, which was signed by Governor Newsom. This bill requires our health insurance carriers to cover all costs associated with COVID testing, immunizations, and healthcare services with no cost sharing prior authorization required. Additionally, non-insured individuals will still be able to access the testing program with billing funding provided by government funds and Healthy Resources and Services Administration, HRSA funds. Additionally, what's really special about our partnership is the COVID clinic is offering opportunities for our current testing teams to continue employment with them in similar positions, which was very special and unique to continue that relationship and collaboration. And furthermore, this afternoon, we did meet with our testing providers, clinicians that are working out at our school sites, and held a little mini job fair with them, so to speak, and informed them on how to apply for some of our high needs positions, such as paraeducators, our noon duties and substitute positions, and nutrition services. So this evening, we are asking for approval of the contract with COVID Clinic and to begin our transition and communication and outreach beginning as early as tomorrow to transition from Healthy YOLO Together testing, which does expire on December 31st, to begin our brand new year on January 3rd with testing provided by the COVID Clinic.
All right, thank you. Is there any public comment, Mario?
There is no public comment.
Great. Comments, questions from the board? Vice President Wong? Oh, Christy?
Sorry, so then this would all be covered by insurance as well? Okay, okay. And so for those who may not have that access, we will figure out helping them with a workaround that won't be too.
I can address that.
Okay.
Please do. You're the expert.
Nice to meet you, everyone. My name's Thomas. I'm a board member of COVID Clinic. I'm an unpaid board member, and COVID Clinic is a nonprofit public benefit corporation. Our mission is to expand testing, vaccination, and COVID-related care to everyone. And so this question is particularly important for me. We're a very mission-driven organization as a nonprofit. We're, depending upon the day, the first or second largest COVID-related service organization in the country, operating in 21 states with 180 public sites and various public and private partnerships, including the state of Wisconsin, 6 California counties, 26 California cities, and 42 California school districts that serve over 600 California schools and 600,000 students and staff. So we are very mission driven. And as part of that and part of SB 510 that Governor Newsom signed, everyone should have access. And those who are uninsured completely are covered at no cost to patient through funds made available through HRSA. We don't ask the district to administer those funds or be a backstop for payment.
Thank you.
Outstanding.
And then do we, what platform do you use for tracking, for registration and tracking? Can you tell me that?
Yeah, it's proprietary. We built our own software, and registration is a one-time registration. So they don't have to keep registering every week. It's paperless. And then our staff on site facilitate registration for those who don't have access to technology.
And thank you for continuing to employ giving the people who are already employed doing this an opportunity to be able to continue that. I think that's awesome.
Yeah, Panu was great about asking for that right out of the gates. Yeah, we're happy to make offers to those who are currently employed.
Great, thank you. Did you have something? Okay, I had a quick question. Does your software have the ability to export those that are, or import those that are currently enrolled in the program that we have?
The patients would need to complete their registration and consents within our portal. But what we've done to help facilitate that is we'll coordinate with the district a number of outbound emails and instructions. We have materials, and we have translated materials in a number of languages and videos to make sure, plus on-site staff that are trained to make sure that everyone understands the process and that it's smooth and painless.
The only problem that I have with this, it's not a problem. I mean, if it is the only service that we can use, then it's the only service we can use. So we have so many signed up already under this current system. I'm just so worried that they're not going to bother to sign up again. We have, signed up for Healthy Yellow Together. In some schools, it's over half the students are signed up, and others, it's maybe not quite that much. But we have a ton of them that are signed up, and it was a struggle getting there, right? So, and that was when numbers were really high. As numbers have gone down, while testing is still important, I worry that we're going to be at a spot where we're going to have less people signing up. So it is a concern.
This website is amazing, and I just registered on it because
Thank you.
I feel like I was doing it to see if I could beat the end of your comment. I haven't fully registered, but it's actually really good. And,
Okay.
and that does not say anything about the process.
Good
Sorry.
plug.
This
Good.
is what I But I actually am very impressed, and I think that this will probably be pretty user friendly. I don't think it's going to be much of a deterrent.
No,
And I think we can market, right? I think we can really get out there and say, look, this is how you do
Right.
it. It's not that hard.
Yeah, and and I appreciate that plug too, and you diving in, check it out. So Palo Alto is probably a good example. One of our partners who had very, very widespread testing programs in place. You guys are doing around 1,500 to 2,000 tests per week right now across the 7,500 student population, 72 to 7,500. That's great adoption. It's really encouraging to see that. Palo Alto is even a little bit higher in terms of adoption. And if you've worked with Palo Alto, it's a very you have to perform very, very well in Palo Alto, or you will be broadcast in a very
Because
bad
the
way.
Stanford people, they're not like the Berkeley people.
Yeah. So it was the same concern, and we sent out instructions. We were on site helping, and the process went very well. And in fact, our registrations increased by about 20% beyond what they were testing previously. And so it was, I guess, just a point of reference to that concern. What we were providing to them was also reporting on registrations on as much as a daily basis sometimes, just to show how they were doing by school, by location. And then we were pitching in and doing whatever we could, wherever we could, with language support. We have a call center that speaks all kinds of different languages and everything behind the scenes to provide support. And I think it was a really successful example to resolve that kind of concern that you're presenting, which is certainly valid.
So for the, I guess, staff here, the process is you sign your kid up for testing, I believe with the school. Will the school be able to then continue that, pulling the kid out of the classroom to go take the test and then be brought back into the classroom?
Yeah, President Pizzotti, our intention is to continue that process. And we have Salvador, who's been leading that work with our school sites, and he will be continuing in his position to be that bridge between the COVID clinic and our principals. And those, he has that database of that master list of kids that are continuously pulled out on a weekly basis. So we'll specifically do targeted outreach to those families to make sure that they get registered appropriately, so to not disrupt that process.
Okay, so good. So basically, after a certain period of time, if we see that somebody on the master list has not enrolled in COVID clinic, but was enrolled to have their kid pulled out of class for Healthy YOLO Together, will we call that family or send emails to that family saying, hey, your kid was enrolled, but since we changed providers, we now have to, we need you to re-enroll that student if you want to continue testing?
Yeah, no, absolutely. You know, what's been working really well for Sal is text messaging and just making phone calls and things like that. So yes, no, that is the targeted outreach is very important. And that's why we're bringing this now, so we can get a head start on that process.
Okay, great. So any other questions? I wanted to move. So Sarah, can you go ahead, Trustee Kirby?
All right, thank you. I appreciate this. I want to acknowledge what a gift that Healthy Davis was that we had for so long, and that money that came to us, and what a gift that was. And now how thankful I am that you are here and that we are going to be moving into this next phase and continue to offer testing. Of course, not all districts do, and I think it's really important to keeping our kids in school. My question is, all the questions have been great in terms of helping. It is still a saliva test, is that correct? Will the process look different for our kids, I guess, is what I'm wondering.
Yeah, the collection method was brought up right out of the gates as you're doing saliva right now, and that was important to maintain that continuity. And so that's what we'll be offering.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. Then with that, I'm supportive. I'll let you move and I'll second.
I just want to thank staff, because I know this is something that was board direction a little while ago, that we wanted continuity. So I want to acknowledge that Ryan Reynolds, wait, no, it's Tom Schaefer. I had to do it. I literally had to do it. I'm sorry, Tom.
I get it a lot. Yeah.
She literally pulled up the picture of the free guy and goes, hey, it's Ryan Reynolds.
Hey, I'm like, oh, it's free? Really? Is it not really Ryan Reynolds? Yeah. I mean, are you really a free board member? I'm just kidding. Anyway.
We actually, it's interesting. We do it. Mario Lopez is he endorses our organization. He's done some stuff, but we thought it would be neat to have Ryan Reynolds, because I do get that joke a lot. And it's actually Mario Lopez is right. One of our endorsers.
Okay. I'm sure Ryan Reynolds, but okay, gotcha. With that said, just wanted to thank staff for the continuity and not a break in service, because that was important to us, but also much more important to the community as well. So appreciate all the hard work and due diligence, and it's free. Why not? So with that, I move.
All right, moved by.
And thank you for staying late. You can second.
Thank you, Thomas. We appreciate it.
I feel like you should.
Moved by Vice President Wong, second by Trustee Barnes. Trustee Barnes, how do you vote? Clerk Venegas, okay. I vote aye. Vice
Aye.
President Wong. Trustee.
Aye.
All right. Thank you so much. Moving on to board governance. Q1, resolution number 2122-18, in support of Assembly Bill number 75, Kindergarten Community College Public Education Facilities Bond Act of 2022. Dr. Cheryl Hildreth, or should I say Vice President Wong?
Well, thank you, President Sadi, because I put this on. So we were, how timely that we were talking about facilities and where we could find some money. And so, and the Assembly budget put it out there today that I just wanted to that there's going to be another bond that they want to put on the ballot, or I mean, I don't know if it's on the ballot, but that the Assembly will put forth, and would like to kind of just add our name to a growing list of school districts in support of passing this measure through the legislature, AB 75. So just very timely considering all our master plan discussion and everything that was presented by Monique. So any questions? No. Like matching funds, we are ready. We have the plan. If it's passed, we're going to get it.
Okay, Mario, would you tell me if there's any comments?
Sorry, you're muted.
Are there any public comments?
Public comment.
Sorry, no public comments.
And then Vice President Wong, would you like to read the resolution?
Sure. So a resolution of the Governing Board of Education of the Washington Unified School District in support of Assembly Bill number 75, Kindergarten to Community Colleges Public Education Facilities Bond Act of 2022, resolution number 2122-18. Whereas Washington Unified School District is committed to providing a quality education to our students and preparing them to succeed in today's global economy. And whereas the district has facilities needs, which is eligible to be partially matched by the state school facility funds. And whereas the district has several projects on the current wait list eligible for funding and state matching funds if voters approve AB 75. And whereas replacing, upgrading, and or building new classrooms and facilities is expensive, as we just saw, and state school bond funds provide the opportunity for districts to build safe, welcoming, and modern classrooms that offer the learning opportunities that are required for high quality 21st century education. And whereas Assembly Bill 75, as currently written, authorizes the Kindergarten to Community Colleges Public Education Facilities Bond Act of 2022, Bond Act of 2022, providing funding for renovation and improvements of existing classrooms, construction of new classrooms and school facilities, upgrades for HVAC and clean air filters. And whereas new bond funds will expand career technical education facilities to improve job and career training, provide funds to meet new needs related to COVID-19, assistance for small school districts, charter school facilities, and interim housing to assist districts impacted by natural disasters. Whereas the district supports a school facility program, retaining date order funding for all projects on the wait list. Whereas the passage of the new state facility bonds will create jobs throughout California, including careers within building trades. Whereas the state of California has committed funds from all previous bond measures and is currently facing an increasing backlog of unfunded needs, currently at over $3 billion. And whereas Assembly Bill 75, the Bond Act of 2022, will not raise individual local property taxes, while at the same time reduces the need for additional local property taxes for school facilities. And therefore be resolved that the Washington Unified School District supports the Assembly Bill 75, the Kindergarten to Community Colleges Public Education Facilities Bond of 2022 in its current form as drafted and published on May 24th, 2021. Passed and adopted by the Washington Unified School District Board of Education on the 9th day of December, 2021.
Well, thank you, Vice President Wong. Takes off mute. Okay, and I appreciate that, Vice President Wong. With that, is there any public comments? Seeing and hearing none. Vice President Wong, would you like to make a motion?
I'd like to move.
All right. Moved by Vice President Wong. Second by Clerk Venegas. Vice President Wong.
Aye.
Clerk Venegas. Trustee Barnes. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
I too vote aye. So that measure is approved. I'm going to quickly move out of order from board and superintendent comments to go quickly down to future board agenda items. So S1, I am. S1, board self-governance to be determined. S2, board governance handbook, January 2022. S3, resolution number 2122-16, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, sometime in January. S4, resolution number 2122-17, Fred Korematsu Day, in January of 2020. Is there any item that someone would like to put on the agenda? I do have one. Go ahead, Clerk Venegas.
Yeah, I believe we had a future agenda item, the translation.
Yeah.
And it was for December? I'm not sure.
Go ahead, Superintendent Hildreth.
Thank you, Clerk Venegas. Yes, we had live translation services that we had originally just scheduled for December, but because of the length of the items on the agenda for today, it will be on the next agenda in January so that we can make sure we are giving that the attention that it deserves.
Okay. Does anybody else have something that's Trustee Cabrini-Gonzalez? Go ahead.
Moms Demand Action had done an offer in the past to do a community meeting, like with our families, to do a presentation with our families on gun safety. And so this is not a board agenda item, but I would like to say in terms of having staff reach out to Moms Demand Action, and maybe we can see if that can happen in, not now, but as we move into next year and come back for break.
Okay. I would like to add an agenda item. I'd like to have a presentation put together on community workforce training agreements. I think they're very important for our district and our community. Hopefully, business services and maybe a representatives from SMART can get together and put together a presentation for the board, and then maybe sometime a resolution thereafter if we have good feedback or comments on that. Okay. And then finally, the last item I'd like to add to the agenda is in terms of since this is my last board meeting as board president, I was thinking about, how should we continue on this trend? And what I think is important is that everybody have the opportunity to be board president. So I was thinking of a way, and I was kind of looking at some of the ways other districts do it. And it's based on seniority. And then after that person who has the most seniority serves as president rotates down to the bottom of the list, and then the next senior, and then the next senior, and then the next senior. So everybody has a chance within their 4-year term to do that. So I was wondering if we can have a conversation about that by putting that on the board agenda. So, and that's it. With that, Superintendent Hildreth, unless anybody else has any comments or board agenda items that they would like to add? No? Okay. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I just have some brief comments that I want to just be able to highlight with a quick slide deck, if we could put that up. And I will start as we're waiting. Really just want to highlight, we had a student, a former student from River City High School, Jordan Criswell, who was a speaker from a conference hosted at UC Davis about integrating computing and STEM education. And she shared her journey on how she became a robotics engineer. So I just wanted to highlight and congratulate Jordan, and that's what we do, and having the strong pathways and our students are able to share. I also just want to thank Band Director Rudy Cisneros, because the River City High School Regiment came to the district office this week and played live for us. It was just a surprise. We're like, what is that noise? Not noise, I shouldn't say like that. What is that beautiful music that we were hearing? And we went outside, the students were playing, and the tall flags, and it was freezing, and they were out there just performing. And so this was, for me, my first time to be able to see those kinds of wonderful celebrations. So I just wanted to share that as a highlight. For district updates, we have had our safety committee meeting that Doug referenced. We've had our strategic plan meetings that have been very well attended and successful, and we'll be bringing the board an update in January. And just thanking all of our parents and families who have volunteered, and just reminding everyone that school volunteer opportunities are available. With our testing and vaccine update, just want to make sure that family and communities know, check our website. We continue to update those dates so that everybody is aware of that information. And then lastly, want to share that for our parents and our families, we continue to have parenting with positive discipline workshops, really, really good, helpful information. And we have some upcoming dates in February and March. And if you have questions, please reach out to Stephanie Grote, Director of Compliance and Accountability. It is the holiday time, and we want to highlight a holiday toy distribution from Yolo County Children's Alliance, which will be held on December 18th, starting at 10 a.m. at the YCCA Family Resource Center. Remember that the district office will be closed to the public from December 20th through January 4th. We hope everyone has happy holidays. We know you're celebrating with your school communities, and we are just grateful. And I think this season, we have so much more to be thankful for if we compare it to where we were last year. So everyone have safe and happy holidays, and we'll see you in the new year. And that's it for me.
Thank you, Superintendent Hildreth. We appreciate it. I'm gonna go to Trustee Barnes. Do you have any comments? Whoa.
Don't have much. Happy holidays too. I had a funny thing to say, but I'm going to change my mind. I was really inspired by today's mock interviews, and so excited for what we have here in our district. Our students are absolutely amazing. I couldn't believe what a great job they did. It was just awesome, because I was not that well spoken when I was 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I'm still not. And the teachers, the staff were just incredible and supportive as well. And I was just blown away by that interaction. So that's really, that was it. It was huge. Happy holidays. I was glad to be a part of that. Thank you.
Awesome. Trustee Kirby-Gonzalez.
Thank you. I will also be brief. I just want to, I think I shared it at Thanksgiving, and the same thing has happened again, where my daughter has said to me, Mommy, I don't want school to be closed because I just love it so much. And that's a testament to all the people who are with our children every single day. From the moment that they get out of the car or step out of the morning YMCA classroom or wherever they may be, to every single person they interact with. So I really want to thank all of our employees for everything that they do. And while my daughter doesn't want to break, I know you all do. So thank you again. And I think it's as Rudy spoke when he talked about the award that they got our band director. He said, thank you to the custodians there in the morning who get us, so we can be there in the morning. Thank you to our bus drivers. And I mean, this really is a village, and every member of our district is so appreciative. And it's been heard loud and clear about what our priorities are, and that we need to make it clear that the people that do all this work are our priorities. The kids are our priorities, but then taking care of all those people comes in. And I do want to acknowledge as we go off into our holiday that this was a very challenging year as a board in terms of, for every board, not this board specifically, but just a challenging year. And I want to thank you, President Pizzotti, for leading through this year, because I know that I think the hardest year in public education probably. So thank you for your time and you're appreciated.
Thank you, Trustee Kirby-Gonzalez. I appreciate that. Clerk Venegas.
Yeah, I want to start by shouting out River City, the mock interviews today. Just incredible, incredible job by the entire staff to put that on, and the students for stepping in and stepping up and having a good time. Truly incredible to see the potential of what we are growing, of what we're cultivating here in West Sacramento. Um, I'm a year in. I'm a year into the school board thing. Thank you. Shout out to the community who voted me in. Gracias. Yes. It's been incredible. Thank you all. Thank everybody on the board, the staff for your patience and guidance and just taking the time to pour into each other and really making this a unified board. And it's been a pleasure to serve next to you all, and it's been an honor to sit here, even if it's 5-6 hours. I wouldn't do it with any other people. So thank you all. And remember also during these times to check in on your loved ones, check in on yourself, and really take the time to breathe, take the time to check in and acknowledge that while some people are celebrating, other people are also going through hardship and still grieving. So just continue to check in on each other, and let's turn love and care into an action, into a verb. And thank you all.
Thank you, Clerk Venegas. Vice President Wong.
Gracias, mil gracias. A las todos. Camanillo, everybody. I want to acknowledge alongside President Pizzotti is Superintendent Hildreth, who also came to us a year ago, and Mario and all the staff actually who have been less than a year. It was a hard year. You all came at and said yes to us in the middle of what you knew was a crazy year and opening, right? And I think I was talking to someone like, so-and-so's been here a year. Like, no, they've been here only a few months. So, but it feels that way. And I think that to agree, that means it's a good thing because you feel like you've been here a bit. So I just want to acknowledge that it's not done alone. It's done, we talk, we provide direction, but you all are boots on the ground who held us through school reopening and all of those negotiations and all the craziness and all the community. We hear some, you hear it all from everywhere. So I want to appreciate and just really acknowledge, we're here to support you, Dr. Hildreth, and thank you for being part of this governance team in terms of kind of that equity lens and how you came through and all that, wanting to acknowledge that you're fabulous. And I kept on people kept trying to steal you all week long, and I don't think you all realize how humble Dr. Hildreth is. She just got appointed as CSB superintendent, for CSB superintendent advisory group for everything, right? Because of who she is and how she's helped us lead this on the ground, right? Even though we were whatever, she led us steadfast as a new superintendent through everything. And I think I'm grateful for you stepping in, jumping in into the community, listening first and leading with equity and just kids and children first. So I want to acknowledge that. So sorry. Now I'm gonna cry just because literally people kept trying to steal you. I'm like, no. And I know a lot of folks, right? But I think she's just been pointed to so many things in a short time she's there because of who she is and what she does. And I want to continue to support you, whatever you need for this district and staff. So with that said, happy holidays, happy Kwanzaa, happy belated Hanukkah for those who celebrate, all the things. Happy Festivus for the best of us. So it's what is that? Happy Festivus, Seinfeld. And so, should I talk for another 20, 20 some odd minutes?
No, we only have 17.
That's it.
All right, thank you, Vice President Wong. So I wanted to quickly say thank you to River City High School for allowing me to come and sit with the freshmen and seniors in their mock interviews. It just gave me and filled me with so much hope. This year has been so trying and has beaten me down so much. but to see the kids prosper and thrive and just be amazing students. Oh my God. Like, every single senior that I talked to was in athletics, extracurricular activities, and not one of them had less than a 4.0. Like, not one. I was just floored. I didn't have my act together that much, and there was no pandemic, right? So I was just absolutely floored by what they were able to accomplish during this time. But one thing that really stood out was one thing that a freshman said to me, and she basically got real honest and said, I was failing in 8th grade. I was not motivated. I was not, I should have been held back. She said, I just could not get myself to turn on my screen every day and do the work. I was depressed. And she point blank said, I got a 3.75 right now. I am doing everything right, and I'm motivated, and I read, and I do all my classwork, and I do extra classwork because I'm driven now. But what it took was seeing her peers. She needed her friends. So it's what's unseen, so. I do want to say thank you to Rudy Cisneros for showing that presentation, and congratulations to the band. You all are amazing. I mean, it wasn't that long ago that we didn't have a marching band, right? We just brought that into existence not too long ago. And now look at them, they're winning first place. I couldn't be more proud. I want to also say, it became clear, I mean, I've kind of always known this, but, and I'm kind of saying this as my farewell as president, because it's been a tough year. It became clear when we went to CSBA that what a special board we have, right? And it's not just the superintendent, it's not just the cabinet, and it's not just, president board, it's the entire board. And how much we care deeply about each other, and whether or not we agree or disagree, we still care, we still laugh, we still cry with each other, and we do it collectively. We do it together. There was boards that wouldn't sit together with each other at a meal. They wouldn't talk to each other in workshops. And it just made me appreciate what we have. And so, while I may not always agree with everyone, I wholeheartedly value and appreciate you, and love and care for you. I gotta say, this was definitely the toughest year I've been on the board. We've had 4 expulsions in 4 months, when in the previous 5 years on the board, we've only had 2. That's hard on us. Like, we have to think about that. That's really hard on us. And it's a result of a pandemic that really took a toll on everybody's mental health. Whether you see it or you don't, it's there. And at the beginning of the year, man, I was inches away from doing an epic rant and a mic drop and saying you could have this job and just walking off. But I'm glad I stuck it out. And I wouldn't have been able to do that without the support of everybody else and my care for each and every one of you, the cabinet, the teachers, the the classified staff. We have important work to do. And we've begun our journey in equity. And I'm so glad and grateful for you, Dr. Hildreth, because you're helping us get to a place where we need to be. Though the work will never be finished, it's helped me open my eyes and acknowledge things that I didn't see. It's hard to admit, but my eyes are certainly a lot more open than when I started this process. And each time we have our workshops, I get a little more clear. And I don't want to belabor the point and go on and on, but I just want to say, I'm trying to drag it out. I'm trying to drag it out. I just want to say thank you to everyone. And thank you for allowing me to be president for this year. And I hope everyone has a happy holidays and a wonderful new year.
11 minutes.
I tried. Well, the meeting is,
Clear.
the agenda is not quite clear. Oh, yes, it is. The agenda is clear. Time official is 11:19. Whoever had 11:19, you are the winner. All right.